Okay. Well, I guess the subject is gym membership. I'm an old boy now. I'm about 68. Well, I'm exactly 68 years old. In my life, fitness has always been important to me. I've had jobs where that has been critical. 3 years ago, I lost my wife, and recently I've rekindled the relationship with the girl I was engaged to 50 years ago at university.
Oh.
So that's Cupid coming in, I think.
How did you meet her again?
Oh, when I was at university, I think she must have fallen in love with me.
But more recently,
someone else more interesting, and I lost her then.
But more recently, how did you meet her again?
Oh, I sort of found her on the website, on the college website.
Oh, you sought her out.
I sought her out, yes, indeed.
Oh, and she was single?
She was divorced, yes. So we met up again, and here we are again.
Right, lovely.
So we're now engaged.
You're engaged? Oh, lovely. Well,
so we'll have to invite you to the wedding.
Well, it sounds so. Well, let's hope you can have a wedding with with what's going to be announced this week. Let's hope you can have a wedding.
Not in the near future.
Oh, right. So anyway, so you've met. What's the? Can I ask the name of the new love in your life?
Yes, of course. It's Sue.
Sue. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. So what has gone on with Sue that means you've now got a consumer problem?
Should I carry on then, Jonathan?
Please.
Yes. So Sue is 69 and I'm 68. And to be quite frank, we've got no desire to die yet. I've been in the current gym for about 10 years, the gym I'm in at the moment. And this year, in fact, it was on the 6th of March, I joined up a joint membership for £550 using Barclaycard, because I know you often talk about things like that, Jonathan. So,
well, it's very important to pay by credit card when you're making purchases for over £100. Yes, it gives you a lot of protection.
Yeah, so that was done on the 6th of March. The gym closed down on the 21st of March and then opened up again on the 1st of September.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to be quite honest, we both regard a gym, any gym, not just this gym, any gym, as a very dangerous place. And even if you clean all the equipment, it's impossible to clean lots and lots of equipment. So we have no intention of going back to the gym because we feel it's a massively dangerous thing.
In terms of contracting coronavirus?
Correct. And we are almost 70 years old, and we don't want to get the virus, and we don't want to die. It's as easy as that.
Mm-hmm.
We do lots of walking, and we enjoy the walking, and that's good, and that keeps us healthy.
Yeah.
I've spoken with the manager, and I've suggested that I would be happy to take part of the pain, and I suggest that of the 550, I would like 400 of it back. I probably only went twice after the 6th of March, maybe something like that. The manager is not interested at all, is not prepared to have any refunds whatsoever. And I guess I look on it as he sees himself in a position of strength, I guess, against small people who are powerless. And I guess that's about it, Jonathan, really.
Well, I mean, from a legal perspective, I would imagine you don't have any right to cancel this membership. So let's start off from that perspective, because it's important to understand what our rights are and what we're entitled to. Now, the gym, of course, the gym would have had to cancel in March when the lockdown came in.
Yes.
And when the gym was in a position to reopen, it had to be able to justify the fact that it was, quote, COVID secure.
Correct.
The government said that any place that was reopening, whether it be a restaurant, a pub, a gym, a shop, you name it, must be COVID secure. So therefore, it would involve social distancing. It would involve things like swimming pool being shut. All those kinds of restrictions would be put in place. There will be a limit, I would have thought, on the number of people who are allowed in the gym at any one time.
Agreed.
Now, if the gym is able to justify its reopening, and if the gym feels that they are, quote, COVID secure, then I don't think you would have any right whatsoever to cancel the contract based on coronavirus and to argue that you should get all or most of your money back.
Yes, I understand that.
So really, This now comes down to you appealing to the gym to take your circumstances into account and to do something over and above what they are required to do based on the law.
Yes, I understand that totally.
Okay, so that then depends. So it's important that we start from that perspective, because what I don't want to do is to give you the false impression that you are absolutely within your rights and it's outrageous that this gym won't let you cancel and I'm going to go and speak to the manager and I'm going to demand that I get, all your money back for you.
Yeah.
I need to manage your expectations. You're not entitled to that.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
of course, for me, the important thing is the matter that we can no ways whatever justify going back to the gym. And
lots of people I know have stopped going to gyms, and I think a number of personal trainers are now finding that a lot of people who were going to gyms have started employing the services of personal trainers so they can train outside or on a one-to-one basis instead.
Yes.
As a result of people not feeling safe enough to go back to the gym. The other thing I would say, though, Graham, and I don't go to the gym anymore, as you can probably tell by my expanding waistline. And the reason being, I find it so boring. But friends of mine who do go to the gym say actually they're very quiet now.
I'm sure they are. There's a limit to 10 people in the gym at any one time, for example.
Right. Okay. But even with all of that, you just would not feel comfortable going back into the gym?
Well, you know how it is. You've got loads of different muscle groups, and you use loads of different machinery. And if you clean machinery, you'll never clean it thoroughly. And you'd probably go to a gym, and if you did it properly, you'd probably spend 40 minutes cleaning the machinery and 20 minutes using it.
Yes.
So it just doesn't seem viable, to be quite honest. It just doesn't make sense. And of course, it's the dangers. If we lose £550, that's just money. If we lose our lives, that's very unpleasant.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. You can't put a price on life, so your life is more important than any amount of money. Yeah. I guess the gym would argue that cleaning the machine to that extent only becomes necessary if you're not sanitising your hands in between each machine that you do use. Because
I guess there's that to be said for it.
Even if you were to sit at a machine in a gym, were to touch the machinery and were to put the virus on your hands, unless you then put your hands in your mouth, your eyes or up your nose, then there's no way the virus can leap from your hands into your body. So as long as you are making sure that you're not touching your face while you're in the gym, and as long as you're sanitising your hands in between each machine, then there's no real reason why you would stand more chance of picking up the virus. And as long as no one else is breathing all over you, then the chance, as long as you're scrupulous with your hygiene, the chances of picking it up are fairly small, I would have thought.
Well, that makes sense, Jonathan. It's obviously not my specialist subject, but of course you've got lots of sweaty bodies and lots of things like that. So
yes.
It would be clear that the danger is much greater inside than outside in the countryside.
Yes, I accept that. And you've also got people who are exercising, who are breathing very deeply.
Yeah.
And therefore their breath could potentially reach further from their bodies. So I absolutely understand the concern that you have. Yeah. What I'd be more than happy to do is to contact the gym and explain the circumstances and see if they would be prepared to give you your money back. But I think they are very unlikely to do that.
Well, I totally understand that.
If they were, what about if they were to? I'm just trying to think aloud in terms of a compromise instead.
Okay.
Because you've got to understand, for a lot of businesses out there, they're trying to survive, and gym companies are in exactly the same position at the moment. They are trying to survive through this virus. And if people start asking for their money back, and if the business is having to refund people, then once cash flow goes down and they're already struggling, it's going to be difficult. So they're going to be very reluctant to give people back their money unless they absolutely have to. But, would you be open to the idea of a membership holiday, for example, where you postpone your membership for a year and then can pick it up in a year's time?
Jonathan, I notice that you are indeed a very wise person. That would be an excellent solution. I mean, clearly, there could be no objection to to going back to a gym when the problems with the virus, when we come back to normality.
Yeah.
And so that my year's membership would start when normality returned. I'd be quite happy with that.
Right, okay. Well, that seems absolutely reasonable, I think. Although, of course, as an aside, there is always the risk with that kind of approach that will the gym still be around at the point that the virus is gone? Because this is, I mean, the reality of this is for many businesses, they are only just managing to keep their heads above water. And it won't take very much. And if we're looking at a winter where we're going to face another lockdown potentially, or certainly some kind of lockdown, that will have a further hit on all of those businesses. Will they still be around? But I think that's a perfectly sensible and reasonable compromise in the circumstances. What I'm going to do, Tara, can I pass Graham back?
Absolutely. I'd love to have a chat with Graham about this. Yes.
Let's go and have a word with the gym. Let's just explain the circumstances and see if they would. Let's start from the basis of, based on the circumstances, would they be prepared to allow Graham to cancel the membership and have his money back? If they say no, then maybe we'll try the other tack. But let's start with, can he have his money back, please?
Fair enough. We shall look at that now.
Fine. Graham, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to... Do you remember Gwen? Gwen was telling me that her car broke down on the A505. It was in a very dangerous place, but quite close to a nearby fast food restaurant, so at least while she was waiting for the breakdown company, she had somewhere to sit. Well, she called the breakdown company. She explained to them she was 66 and a female on her own.
This was about 5:30, just before 5:30, and they said it would take approximately 4 to 5 hours to get out to me. The young lady that I spoke to suggested that I walk home, which was 6.5 miles away. And to be honest, 4 to 5 hours I could cope with because I could sit in the fast food restaurant. They turned up at 10 to 2.
10 to 2 in the morning?
Yes. And
What?
I didn't get home till 10 to 3 in the morning.
Well, Gwen was really unhappy with all of this. She said she'd been a customer of this company for many, many years. And she really felt that at the time when she most needed them, they let her down very badly. Well, she complained. The company did offer her, she said, a year's free membership and an apology. But what Gwen really wants is an assurance that this is not going to happen to anyone else. Well, I've been off to have a word with the company. Gwen's back on the JVS show now. Good afternoon to you, Gwen.
Hello.
Hello, Gwen. Right, so the company concerned, as you know, is the RAC. The RAC have said as follows. We were very sorry that Gwen experienced such a long wait. We rescue thousands of drivers every day and pride ourselves on our roadside service. Unfortunately, there was an unusually high number of breakdowns in the area that day, which led to the wait. Gwen is a valued member of the RAC. We don't want to lose her, and we are in touch to agree a suitable gesture of goodwill. So, not so much an assurance this won't happen to anyone else, but an apology and an explanation as to why it happened to you on that day. What's your gut reaction to that, Gwen?
It's just that I don't feel I can trust them. Really. You know, having said to me it would be 4 to 5 hours, and then it being nearly 9, I can't go through that again, personally.
No, and I completely understand. 9 hours is just absolutely outrageous. And although what's interesting is the RAC are explaining that there was an unusually high number of breakdowns in that area on that day. Okay, well, fine. Yeah. But they're not giving any assurance in the response that they have now, as a result of this, taken some new steps to make sure that it never happens to anyone else. There doesn't seem to be that reassurance in there. Have they, out of interest, have they been in touch with you since you and I spoke?
No.
So I wonder what this suitable gesture of goodwill that they are planning to offer you, if it is over and above what they've already offered you, actually is.
Oh, that's right. I don't know.
I mean, I presume so they've already offered you 1 year's membership free, and you're not happy with that.
Well,
If they were to offer you 2 years free membership, I guess the same argument applies, really.
Yeah,
If you have lost faith in them to look after you when you need them, then why would you have any more faith in them just because they offer you 2 years free membership? I mean,
that is the problem.
I think what I need to do is go back to them again and ask them really why anybody in your position and why any of my customers any of my listeners rather, who may well be their customers at the moment, why they should feel they can have faith in the RAC when the RAC, I mean, it's all of these breakdown companies, they offer the membership that most of the time you have for a year and you never need to call upon. I've been paying, thank goodness he says touching wood, I've been paying for breakdown on my car for years. And thankfully I've never had to use it. Well, I haven't had to use it in recent years anyway. So every year it's just an amount of money that you're paying a company for peace of mind, aren't you? And yet when you needed it, exactly, just that little bit of insurance, that little bit of that little bit of care that should you require it will be there for you. And when you did need it, they let you down. Yeah. And I want to know why anybody else should have confidence that it won't happen to them.
Yeah.
Okay. A further conversation, I think, for me to have. If, of course, they get in touch with you in the meantime, can you please come back to me? But I'll go back to them this afternoon and raise that very point and ask for some further reassurance, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Gwen, thank you very much indeed. It's the JVS show. Now, Marion is at the moment living in the Three Counties. She wants to do a house swap with a woman who lives outside of the area. You see, they both Marion and this other lady, they both want to be closer to their families. You see, Marion's family currently is a 2-hour drive away. Well, one of the housing associations that they rent their properties from has said yes to the swap, but unfortunately not Marion's.
I've argued with them non-stop because I'm now stuck with a house that I can't move from because they insist that whoever comes in here has to be able to use a wet room. I've got to find someone from the area that I want to go to who needs a 2-bedroom house with a wet room, which is impossible. I've been looking for the last 18 months. Excuse me, there's just nothing there. This house is not made for a disabled person. The only thing that is suitable is the wet room.
Well, we've been off to have a word with the Housing Association to try and get to the bottom of why they are not prepared to allow Marion to do this swap when it would appear to suit both parties. Let's see what we've managed to find out, because Marion's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Marion.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Marion. Right, now Tara, I know, has been having conversations with this Housing Association. What have they told us?
Yeah, and they were pretty quick to address this case, because obviously what we usually do is get in touch with these companies and organisations straight after the programme is finished, and they were really quick to sort of say, well, we're going to look into this and provide you with the information that you've requested, because we wanted to know the reasons behind the decision.
Yeah.
Because Marion had first of all said it was because the person who wanted to go into the property, it would end up being under-occupied. And then when this lady had said, well, actually, my granddaughter's going to live there as well, they said it was because of the wet room. So they sent us a statement, and this is from the Vale of Aylesbury Housing Trust. And it reads like this. We understand Marion's frustration at the difficulty of finding a suitable exchange and the length of time it is taking. As we explained in writing when the proposed mutual exchange was refused, Marion's assignee must comply with Schedule 3 of the Housing Act 1985, which means they must be eligible for a 2-bedroom property, and someone with the incoming family must have an accessibility need requiring a wet room. A mutual exchange is a process whereby a resident may swap properties with another social housing tenant of the trust or any other housing association or social landlord. It goes on to say that social housing is a scarce resource with far greater demand than supply, making it imperative that we make the best use of available properties. This is particularly important where the property has been adapted for use by less abled people and those with accessibility needs. This means ensuring allocation allocations via mutual exchange, including those, are only made to those who are eligible for the relevant property. Schedule 3 of the Housing Act 1985 clearly states that mutual exchange can be refused if the property is too large for the proposed assignee, that's ground 3, and or if the property is adapted for physical disability and the assignee does not have an accessibility need. That's ground 7 in that Housing Act.
That's not good news, Marion, for you, and I'll tell you why. It's even worse news than I was anticipating, because I was really hoping what they were going to do was to come back and say that this is about the number of years you have had since that wet room was built.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you were listening to the programme after we talked last time.
Yes.
But it was pointed out that very often local authorities, as part of agreeing to pay for a bathroom, for example, to be converted or for a stair lift to be installed, you have to then live at the property for a minimum of 5 years after the work is carried out before you're eligible to move out and to move somewhere else. But they don't even seem to be suggesting that it's anything to do with the fact that they only did this bathroom for you a few years ago. It just seems to be, at the moment, they are not prepared to allow somebody to move into your property that does not require a wet room.
I know. They quote that housing policy, excuse me, which they did in a letter, but neither I or the other lady could find what that meant. It didn't say what it meant. It just said, the reference number. We couldn't find what that meant, and they would not explain anything else. No.
I mean, the property that you're moving into, or that you would be moving into, if this swap were allowed to go ahead, has that property got a wet room?
No, but that housing trust was prepared to put one in for me.
Right. So it's interesting, isn't it, the fact that the other housing trust seems very keen to have you down there.
Yeah.
Whereas the housing trust locally, Aylesbury Vale Housing Trust, they seem to have quite strict restrictions in terms of who is going to be eligible for your property. I mean, the long and short of it, Marion, and this is not the news that you would be hoping for me to say, is that they, as your housing association, are within their rights to do this and to have this policy in place, which is not great news for you, because what it does mean, it would appear, is that this particular lady who wants to move into your property is not going to be eligible.
No, but the thing is, they've not explained anything properly to us, either of us. They've given us the runaround. Now, if they'd explained that reference, in the beginning, it would have been a different story. But, they've just fobbed us off with all sorts of excuses. I mean, the first excuse was, after we reapplied, after, saying that the other lady would be under occupying, was they came back with, because you've got the wet room. I said, what has that got to do with anything? He said, well, we've seen the photos. And that's the kind of answers that we've been getting all along.
I guess the other way, though, that you have to look at this, Marion, is there may well be people in your local area who would do anything to have the property that you're living in.
Yeah.
There may well be people who have disabilities, access problems, who would do anything to have your place with that walk-in wet room.
Well, I understand that, but at the same time, I don't want to stay here in this county. I want to move to be near my children.
I understand that, but you, as someone who is in receipt of social housing, which, as we all know, is in very scarce supply.
Yes.
They're and there is so much demand for social housing. Unfortunately, it does mean that the options available to you are somewhat limited. Very limited. And that is it's on one hand, you are incredibly lucky to have this property. I mean, do you have to pay any rent?
Yes, I do.
You do.
Yes.
But I would imagine it's subsidised rent.
What do you mean?
Well, I would imagine that the price that you pay for your rent for your property would be, compared to the open market, considerably less. Yeah.
Yes, but I've lived with this housing trust, or council as it was before it went to trust, for over 40 years.
Yeah. Yes, and you have had access to that social housing for 40 years, whereas there will be other people listening to this programme who will be screaming at their radio. You know, families who, at the moment, are having to live in one-bedroom flats.
Oh, I understand
with
that,
children who are saying, well, you know, Marion is so lucky that she's got this property because so many other people would do anything to have it.
Yes, and I quite agree.
But I guess what I'm building up to is the fact that the housing association therefore have to take that into account. They have to recognise that there is a lot of demand for your property, and they can't just allow someone else from another area to take that property over someone from the local area when they don't even have accessibility needs that would mean that the wet room would be necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a text in here. Let me put this to you. I don't know if this would work. Can Marion find somewhere in the private sector to move to? If she has housing benefit or pension credit, maybe that would be covered?
It's not necessarily, because private housing is dearer and there is a cap on what rent is paid, plus the fact, at my age, I don't really want to take that risk, because that is not assured, is it? I've got an assured tenancy. I don't want to be moving into a private a property and then a short time later the owner decides to sell up. Where does that leave me?
Are you still kind of monitoring the situation in terms of people in this other area that you want to move to that might be interested in your place?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think, to be honest, that's all you really can do at the moment, and I'm sorry that it doesn't look as if at the moment it's going to work out for you in the way that you want, but but at least you've got a roof over your head, and
that's true. Yes.
You know.
I quite understand all that. Yes.
You know, there are things to be grateful for at the moment, and at least it sounds as if your property, you've lived there for a long time, so it's obviously very nice, and you're obviously, apart from being away from your family, you're obviously happy there. So I think it's just a matter of waiting to see what comes up in terms of other properties closer by to your family, and whether anyone in that area wants to move up here and wants to have the property that you've got.
Yes. I know. I keep trying.
Yeah.
I keep asking people, but...
Another text in here. Is she applying for housing suitable for the over 50s? Are you looking at sheltered accommodation?
I'm even on one of those sites as well. I'm on every site you can think of.
Right.
To try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least you now know what the rules are, and at least you now know, and you won't waste your time with anybody who's not going to be eligible for that property. They need to have need for a property of your size, and they also must have extra needs that would require a wet room rather than a traditional bathroom. Okay.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much. Anyway.
Okay, Marion. All the very best to you, and I'm sorry that on this particular occasion it's not going to work out. June was telling me she went to Lanzarote on March the 12th with two of her friends. It cost them each £1,862. But of course, this was just before the lockdown, and the lockdown in Spain occurred just a couple of days after they arrived. Well, they were obviously devastated by all of this, and when they actually touched down and got to the hotel, they got some worrying news.
They said to us, be ready to pack within an hour, just throw everything in your case and be ready to go. They kept us there the whole 2 weeks.
Oh, God.
Sort of on tenterhooks all the time, really, as you can imagine. And then the following day, the hotel was on lockdown. We could go into the grounds, but all the pools were roped off. The spa treatments that were all part of the holiday, the spa was closed. There was no sports equipment available. All the entertainment stopped. We didn't even have pipe music. With the cost of the holiday, there should have been 4 trips. They were all cancelled. All we could do is sit around and read books, basically, for the whole fortnight. Our rep came up to us in the hotel about 2 days before we flew home, and she said, right, now I want you to pay £52, which will get you from the airport to your front doors. And when we arrived at the other airport, there was no taxi waiting for us.
Well, June says she just cannot understand why other holiday companies were able to take their customers home, and yet she and her friends were left lying around a pool they couldn't use, with no entertainment, none of the things that they were hoping to do, for 2 weeks. Well, when she returned to the UK, of course, complained and asked for a proportion of her money back, but came to me because the response she had from the company was extremely disappointing. Well, June's back on the JVS show now. Hello, June.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, June. Yes, the offer from the company when you complained initially, what did they say to you?
They said they would give us the £52, which was the taxi fare that we'd paid, but they'd already told the travel agent that we wouldn't be charged for that. But we'd paid the £52 between the three of us.
So out of a total of £1,862 for a holiday, they were offering you 52 quid back?
Yes, that's right,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, not really acceptable, eh?
Not
and
really.
that's exactly the point that we went to make to this company. I know Tara's had a conversation with them and they've come back with a response for us. What have they had to say for themselves, Tara?
Yes, they did come back with a response, and it was Sargo, that's the company involved in all of this. And they got in touch with us on Friday, which was great. And this is their comment. We are very sorry that the holiday in Lanzarote did not meet the expectation of June and her friends, and we have apologised to them. Our first priority is the health and safety of our guests, our colleagues and the localities into which we operate. And as soon as we were made aware of the lockdown in Spain on the 13th of March, we took immediate steps to arrange a return flight home for all our guests at the hotel. During this time, Sargo repatriated close to 3,000 guests, 94% of those within 7 days and over 99% within 14 days. Unfortunately, on this occasion, we were unable to arrange an immediate transfer. We have since been in touch with June and her friends to arrange further compensation, and we are pleased to hear that they are planning to join us on a Saga holiday next year.
Now, I gather from a conversation Tara and I have had that you performed rather well with your negotiating tactics, June, in the conversation you had with them. Tell everyone what you managed to get from the company.
Well, at first they said they would give us £500 each.
Now, I should just mention, just as a precursor, and I was a bit surprised when you said this on the radio, when I said to you, what are you actually looking for? You said on the programme about 400 quid.
Yes, I said
I thought to myself at the time, well, that's a bit low. I think I'd be looking for a bit more. But I thought, well, if that's all June wants, if that's what she's happy with. So when they came in with an offer of £500, presumably you bit their hand off, did you?
Well, at first I was going to, and then I had overnight to think about it, and I thought, well, I've heard a lot of people say you should never accept the first offer. So I kind of ummed and ahed, and I said, well, we were sort of hoping for a little bit more than that. So they've upped it now to £750.
Gosh, right. Well, it's lucky they didn't hear you on my programme in the first place, isn't it? So they've agreed to pay you 750 quid back. I mean, to be honest with you, I still think from a holiday perspective, I still think that, you know, that when you consider you'd spent £1,862 each, and they're giving you back not even half of that. Mm-hmm. For them, you know, I'm sure they will be happy with the offer that they're making. But 750 quid, that's an amount of money that you feel is reasonable based on what you had to put up with, yeah?
Well, I sort of agreed to it because they were kind of more or less telling me that they didn't really have to give us anything because it was a sort of act of God. And they kind of sort of said, well, they considered it was half the cost of the holiday because the full cost of the holiday included the supplement to fly from our local airport and the supplement for single rooms. So the basic cost was sort of double 750.
Yeah. Well, look, if you're happy with it, then that's what we will be happy with as well. It's considerably more than you originally said you wanted from them, so I would have thought that is a nice amount now you can use to put down for a deposit next year.
We've already paid the deposit for next year.
Have you? Well, just out of interest, when are you going? When are you planning to go next year?
We should have gone this September, but we're going next September now.
Yeah.
Do you think we should have more than that, then, Jonathan?
Sorry, do I think you should have got more?
Do you think?
I think, to be honest, I would have gone in higher, but I would have gone in higher right from the start.
Yes.
But I think, having said £400 initially, it would have been quite hard for you to hold out for more than 750. So,
and I've got to admit, June, it was lovely having a chat with you on Friday, because you said I'm never normally cheeky, but I just thought I may as well go for it.
wow,
And you asked, and they delivered.
yes.
Seems like it. And plus, mine haven't arrived yet, but my two friends have already been sent a bouquet of flowers as well.
Oh, right, okay, lovely.
Lovely.
Well, look, we will thank the holiday company very much indeed. We will give them the horn. If you have any problems, you know where we are.
Yes, we should get they told us we should receive the cheques within a fortnight.
Well, I tell you what, would you like me just to give them half now and reserve the other half for when it arrives?
Yes.
Yes,
Shall I get in touch with you when we get the cheques?
Yes, please.
Yes,
I'm going to
please.
give them this. That'll do, and they'll get the rest as soon as you've actually got the money, okay?
Okay,
Natasha spotted water dripping from the ceiling of her flat. She says water seemed to be coming from the flat upstairs. But after visits from two separate plumbers, no issue was found with either Natasha's water pipes or the pipes of the neighbour who lived upstairs. But Natasha says she knows what happened. But the upstairs neighbour and her landlord simply aren't admitting
My
it.
sister went back upstairs. The woman that lives in the flat upstairs didn't let her in the first time, but she let her in the second time. And she'd obviously been drying stuff out, and she had towels all over her kitchen floor, and there was water damage all over her kitchen cupboards near the sink. So she'd obviously overflowed the sink, but the woman was saying, oh, no, nothing happened up here. It must have been something that you've done. We got a few pictures of her kitchen. We then spoke to the landlord that owns the property, and he agreed to come round and sort of chat with us. They were both in the flat upstairs, and obviously there's a hole in our ceiling, so we could hear everything that they were saying.
Oh, right.
And basically the landlord said to the tenant, don't admit to anything, I'll replace all your kitchen, just don't say anything, don't let them into the flat. And then they came down and spoke to us and basically just lied to us and nothing has happened. It must have been your flat. I can't see how it could have come from our flat.
Well, Natasha has been to her insurers. She's also spoken to the insurance company for the building, but none of the insurance companies will do anything about it. And she feels very unhappy that she's out of pocket, potentially to the tune of 250 quid for the repair to the ceiling, and yet she's not to blame for the problem in the first place. She feels as if the tenant upstairs or the landlord should cover that bill, and I absolutely agree with her. Natasha's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Natasha.
Hi,
As you know, I went off to have a word with the landlord. Things didn't go to a very good start. The landlord was not terribly receptive to my phone conversation and made it very clear that he was not prepared to accept any kind of responsibility whatsoever. He said it was nothing to do with him, nothing to do with his tenant. It was all down to you and all down to the pipes in the building, nothing to do with him at all. So in the end, after a lot of discussion, you decided that you were going to take him to the small claims court.
Yeah.
Now, I understand you've got a court date, and that date is it December?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay. But in the meantime, this landlord who owns the property upstairs, he's still in communication with you, and I gather still putting up a huge fight and a huge amount of resistance. What's the latest?
He's trying to say that the previous owner had the same issue, and it turned out to be her pipe work that was the issue. Now, we've had all of our pipe work officially checked and signed off by a plumber to say that it's absolutely fine, and yet he's still choosing to stick with this story. He's not sent me any kind of documentation to prove that this even occurred. It was quite clear that there has been a leak before from how the ceiling kind of came in when the water was coming through. But as I say, I've not seen any kind of evidence. I'm not in contact with the previous owner either. So,
but surely that would have been picked up by the plumber anyway, because it would have been evident that there was a pipe dripping.
Well, exactly, yeah. The point that the water came through is far, far away from any pipe work. any of our pipe work anyway. So there's no chance it could have come from any of our pipes. And there's no trail of water to show that it could have come from any of our pipes either.
Right.
And also, we've not had them repaired. Pipes don't just magically fix themselves.
No, quite. Well, I think based on what you're saying, it sounds as if you have a very good case. Now, as I have warned you before, unfortunately, when you go to court, sometimes things don't go your way. It's not always guaranteed, even if you have got a very strong case. But I feel confident. I feel confident that the judge will see sense, particularly if this other man behaves in the way in the courtroom that he has done so far. I think he may well make matters worse for himself. So it'll be very interesting. Will you just please keep me in the loop and let me know what happens? Yeah, and if we don't speak before, I'll speak to you after that date in December.
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Neil. Right, tell me all about the problem you're having, please, without naming any company names.
Okay, so in the beginning of July, myself, my wife and my kids were setting off on holiday to Cornwall. There was a couple of other parties coming with us. Unfortunately, not far from home, we broke down. We rung up a national breakdown service that we're members of. They agreed they'd send a mechanic out. We was told about 1 or 2 hours, and then 2 hours turned into 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and we ended up waiting 6 hours to 1 a.m. Meanwhile, one of the other parties agreed to take our adult children, if you like, onwards to our destination. We was waiting for the mechanic to come out. Unfortunately, they sent a third-party company out, who was a lady who could only recover us. She wasn't actually a mechanic, which she apologised for, which was obviously not her fault. Meanwhile, I'd argued...
Do you know... sorry to interrupt you. Do you know what the problem with the car was?
Yes, well, it turned out that the problem is a motorhome. The problem was eventually a loose battery terminal.
Okay.
Believe it or not. So, yeah, we had argued about our type of cover, which should have took us anywhere in the UK. They argued, no, we can only go up to 10 miles. We got recovered home eventually. We could only, because it was a weekend, we could only get our own mobile mechanic out on Sunday. He come out, diagnosed the problem, said it was a battery terminal, sorted it out. He said if a mechanic had have come out from the recovery company, it would have been sorted out in 10 minutes. So the company, I then rang back the company the next day to ask if they'd cover us on our journey. We was going to set off again. They said there was no problem with covering us. If we did have a breakdown, we was covered to go anywhere in the UK. I told the lady I argued this case a couple of days ago when we broke down, and was assured we couldn't. We could only be recovered up to 10 miles. So anyway, we drove on our way, had our holiday and stuff, and I filed a complaint when I got back. Only they asked what would we accept as compensation. I said, well, we'd lost 2 days on holiday, it caused an amount of stress. Our kids had to go without. I actually had to sleep on the floor for the night. I said, I think 2 years free cover would be acceptable, which amounted to about £240. And we got an email back saying they'd offer us 3 months, which I think was about £20 or £30, which obviously didn't cover 2 days loss of holiday and all the stress we'd incurred for it. So yeah, that's. I mean,
there's several interesting things that come out of all of this. I mean, firstly, the fact you were left for 6 hours waiting for the recovery company to turn up. What's also interesting is the fact that you say when they did send someone, it was someone who wasn't a mechanic.
That's correct. It was just a lady to recover us.
Well, you can get lady mechanics, so just because it was a lady doesn't mean that she wasn't a mechanic. I mean, did she actually say to you that she was not mechanically trained?
Yeah, this was the thing. We asked if she was going to have a look, and I say lady because generally she was a lady, and she explained she's only recovery, not a mechanic.
Right. Because that's interesting, isn't it? I'll be interested to know what this breakdown company actually covers you for. Is part of the contract that they send out a mechanically trained person who will, first of all, attempt to fix the problem, and if they are unsuccessful in fixing the problem, then they will tow you. Because that's certainly the way things used to be with these recovery companies. Although, of course, what's interesting now is that now modern cars, modern vehicles, are so computer kind of driven that very often they are unfixable at the roadside. You know, they normally require towing to a garage that's got the proper computer thing, and they can redo software on it and all that kind of stuff. So,
I mean, firstly, we was under the impression that we're going to send a mechanic out. Secondly, it's a motorhome. They're quite expensive. This was a 2005 motorhome with a basic engine, not like your modern cars now where you need a computer, which is, arguably, who knows what sort of mechanic you need. But there was absolutely no attempt to send a roadside mechanic out to even look at the problem. Then when we did speak to the company a couple of days later, when they explained that we did have cover to go anywhere in the UK, so they did say that we should have had a mechanic out with us, which obviously we never.
Right. Well, I think, first of all, I don't deal in compensation claims.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get involved in approaching this company and asking for compensation. What I'm more than happy to do, though, for you is to argue that how much did you pay for this year's membership?
I think it was about 120 or 130 pounds.
Okay, so 120 to 130 approximately. What I'm happy to argue is that you paid that money, and when you actually had reason to call upon the services of this company, they didn't provide you with what you'd paid for.
Exactly.
Which was, firstly, a mechanically trained person to come to assess your vehicle and hopefully to fix it at the roadside. If not, in the instance that it's unfixable, to then tow you. And also the fact that they took 6 hours to turn up, which I'm fairly convinced in most people's minds listening to this programme would be an unreasonable amount of time. I mean, seriously, if you knew that you were going to have to wait 6 hours to be recovered by this breakdown company, would you have taken out a policy with them? I wouldn't.
Definitely not. And, just funnily enough, the third party that they did send out was from about 400 yards up the road there, base, which was amazing. There you go.
Right. Okay, well, I'm more than happy to go and have a little word and see if I can shed some light on all of this. What I'm going to do, Tara, can I please pass Neil back? Can we get some detail, go and have a word, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Lovely.
And also this thing about onward travel, that you had paid for that as well.
Yeah, quite.
Exactly, yeah, that was the main concern. We should have been, carried on with our, took to our destination, which was the most annoying thing of all. So.
Yeah. Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is a very clear case of, this is nothing to do with compensation. This is a clear case of you paid 120 to 130 quid. It would be useful for us to know the exact amount, and you didn't get what you'd paid for. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail now, okay?
Just quickly, part of their email that I had to fill in asked what we would accept as compensation. So that is the reason I asked for the cover. I didn't, on their question there, asked what we would accept. So that's what that's what I agreed to accept.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, fine. Let's go and have a little word. Hang on there. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, okay? Now, Barry bought an extendable dining room table in May of this year. It seats up to 8 people. Well, it's quite expensive. It cost him £1,200, and it has a very smart graphite top to it. But at the beginning of August, well, Barry's wife spotted a bit of an issue with it.
4 weeks ago now, I come home from work and my wife approached and said, "Look, you seen this?" I said, "What's that?" I said, "Well, come and have a look. In one of the sections of the dining room table, there's a split." And I said, "Well, how's that happen?" She said, "Well, I don't know." Spoke to the daughters and they said, "There's no idea how it's got there." We don't know how it's happened. Yeah, it's just a big split down one of the sections of the extendable part of the table. So I rung the branch and they said, "Do you mind if you come and have a look?" I said, "Not a problem, of course not." So he come out, he inspected it. He couldn't work out what happened. I said, "Well, to be honest, we don't know how it's happened." Took some photographs. He said, "I'll obviously get in touch with the supplier and I'll let you know." And he said to me, "Oh, it's not a manufacturing defect. The supplier agrees with me and you have to go through your protection plans."
Well, Barry said, but as far as we're concerned, we haven't caused the damage. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't that somebody dropped anything on it. Barry says that a representative from the company said, well, when you're on the phone to the accident insurance company, just kind of make something up in terms of what might have caused the problem, and then you'll get it all repaired. Well, Barry just felt very uncomfortable about the whole thing. He said, as far as they are concerned, they haven't caused the damage to the table. They believe that this table has obviously, maybe the wood that's underneath the graphite has expanded and caused the graphite surface to crack. Who knows? But Barry says the simple fact is the table has a crack and it shouldn't have a crack on it, and therefore he wants the company to sort it out. Well, Barry's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Barry.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I've been off to have a word with the company on your behalf. They are Furniture Village. And they've come back with this response. They say, firstly, we would like to apologise to Barry that an issue has arisen with his Guardsman insurance, and to reassure him that we will try to resolve the problem as quickly as possible. When the issue was first reported by the customer, we advised Barry that he could claim this against his Guardsman policy. He notified us that the policy appeared to have been cancelled, so we contacted Guardsman to find out why this had happened and concluded this was a mistake on their behalf. In addition to the dining set, Barry also ordered a sofa and an armchair, which were delivered approximately 10 days earlier. All three items had separate Guardsman policies, which started from that date that the sofa and the chair had been delivered. As the dining table arrived with the customer after this date, the original policy was cancelled and a new one was set up to coincide with its delivery date to ensure the maximum policy duration. This is standard practice on split deliveries. From what we can understand, a mistake was made by Guardsman in thinking that the policy had been completely cancelled. While this was being investigated, we also sent out a technician to examine the table, who concluded that the damage was accidental and not related to a manufacturing fault. The policy error has now been corrected by Guardsman, so Barry can now make a claim. However, to solve the problem as quickly as possible, we would be happy in this instance to replace the tabletop, and we will liaise directly with Guardsman to claim back the cost. The order will be placed and we will be in touch with Barry to confirm a new delivery date. Follow all that?
Yes, I did. Quite interesting. I don't understand why they didn't tell me that when I asked that question. Why was it cancelled? And because as far as Guardsman was concerned, it was actually Furniture Village that cancelled it and not them. So obviously that explains quite a lot of the reason what happened. But I can't understand why the two gentlemen I spoke to about that couldn't explain that themselves. I think firstly, you know, £1,200 a lot of money for a table, and for them just to sort of like try and palm it off onto someone else is, I don't think it's right, you know, especially after 2 months.
Well, hang on a second. You will note in their response they are still maintaining that the technician who came out to look at your table confirmed it was accidental damage and not a manufacturing defect. Now, they haven't gone into any detail as to what the technician believed had been done to the table, because I would have thought if, for example, you dropped something heavy on it, then surely it's completely feasible that the surface may crack, but surely there would also be a bit of a chip or some mark, an impact mark on the table, where whatever you've dropped on the table has actually hit and made contact with it. Now, I don't know, are there any marks or any indentations that would suggest something's been dropped on it?
Just that squiggly little split, which obviously you've seen the pictures, that is all the indication that obviously we can see the table is actually damaged. And as I said, obviously when the technician's made his report, obviously I can't obviously question that, because obviously I'm not qualified in that field to obviously say that. But as I said, you rightly say, if we dropped something heavy on it, we would think, oh, you know, damn, you know, and then obviously we would have gone through as I said, I had protection, so there was no reason for me. I
was going to say that for me is the crucial bit with all of this. You knew that you'd got the protection, so as far as I'm concerned, if someone in your family had accidentally dropped something on the table, and you looked at it and thought, oh my God, look, it's just cracked the table, totally normal reaction if you'd had that kind of accident. You'd think to yourself, and you would have told me, accidentally my wife dropped something or my daughter dropped something or I dropped something, whoever it was, you would have been honest about it because you'd say, because we have the accidental protection, so we've tried to make a claim and it's not working. That would have been your story. But the fact that you have no recollection of what could have been done to that table to cause it to split.
No. And as I said, and if it is, obviously, we've just been used as a general, a table for day-to-day things, like you put, like, your washing, as you said, washing baskets on there, groceries on there. So it's just been used as a table. And if something like that has caused that, then you'd really think, well, that's obviously not strong enough and not really fit for the purpose of being a table. And as I said, that's not what's happened. Just as I said, I spoke to Tara before I come on, and on Sunday we've got a rare situation where most of the family's home, and my daughter went and sat in one of the chairs, and one of the legs has come loose on the chair now.
Right. Okay. Have you told Furniture Village about that?
No, not yet. I was obviously going to run that past yourself first.
Right. Well, I'm more than happy to respond to them after this conversation and just say that, but I think it would be a good idea for you to call them first.
Okay, I will do that,
and just say, further to the tabletop, we've now got one of the chairs, the legs has come loose on it.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's perfectly reasonable at this point. And I think what I would be inclined to do, if I were in your position, is to, after you've reported that to Furniture Village, to put something in writing to them formally.
Yeah.
And to write to them and say, I am now beginning to become concerned as to the quality of this table and chairs. So far, the tabletop has cracked, and we have no knowledge whatsoever of what has caused this. As far as we are aware, nothing has been dropped on that table. It has been used in a perfectly normal and reasonable way, and yet the surface of it has cracked. Now one of the chair legs has come loose. We are very concerned that this table and chairs is not of good quality, and yet it was an expensive table and chairs. We would like to put you on notice that although we accept that you are now prepared to replace the tabletop and we hope that you will replace the chair, if we continue to experience problems with this set, we will be rejecting the goods and asking for a refund. I think I would be very inclined at this point to put that in writing and to put the company on notice that because to be honest, you've only had it a few months and already you've got the tabletop cracking, you've got one of the chair legs coming loose. I mean, that's concerning. What on earth would be causing that?
Yeah, well, as I said, with the chairs, they're not the set. As I said, the chairs are separate to the dining room table. When we went, obviously, we found the chairs we like. The chairs we've got in our dining room now are really comfortable. We love sitting on them and everything because you can sit on them for quite a long time. And obviously, you can congregate around a table when you have friends round. And then that's why we bought them set of chairs. So they're completely separate from the table. They're not part of the same set. So obviously, then we bought the dining room table separate. So to both of them, they cost best part of $2,500 for both of them. And the reason we spent that sort of money is because spending that sort of money, you would expect something to last a really good amount of time. And, this is the sort of thing we won't be replacing well, hopefully we won't need to replace it. So that's why we spent that little bit of extra money, because obviously I'm a strong believer you get what you pay for in life. And that's why we've spent that sort of large amount of money on the both table and chairs. But that might come back to haunt me.
Well, in theory, that should apply. And indeed, in consumer law, the more you pay for something, the better quality it should be and the longer you should be entitled to expect you will get from it in terms of use. So, absolutely, yes. I mean, I would expect, having paid £1,200 for the table and then the chairs, I would expect, many years of happy use as a family table and chairs before things start falling apart, not just a couple of months. Look, I'll go back to them this afternoon. I'll let them know that you've had this issue with the chair now. If you can do the same, and let's talk as soon as we've got further news, okay?
Okay, that'd be great.
All right, but regarding the tabletop, they are going to replace that for you, okay?
That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking is the table to be obviously repaired, replaced.
Okay.
I'm happy with all of that.
And I'm going to give them this. A little bit of the horn for the fact that they have agreed to do that, but obviously until this is all resolved and until you're a happy customer, they're not getting any more, okay?
That'd be great.
Remember Bob? Bob came to me, he was telling me he lives on a street where at the moment he can park his car right outside his house on the road. But the local authority is planning to change things, and he's not at all happy.
We've been there for 25 years, and in that time there's never been a problem with parking outside our house. There are yellow lines, but they stop and then continue further down the road. The local council is putting forward for consultation a 1 hour waiting period maximum between early hours and late evening. It's going to make my life hell, because I have a problem with I have an artificial right knee. Because of that, my left knee's not very good. And I need my car to get anywhere, even if it's up the street.
So what on earth is the council thinking of? Well, I went off to have a word with them, and Bob's back on the JVS now. Hello, Bob.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So you will recall that we are talking about Milton Keynes Council, and they came back with this response. They said, no decision has yet been made about the proposals to add waiting restrictions on this particular road. The proposal outside this resident's home is for a 2-hour restriction on the public highway between 9 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, Monday to Saturday. Local residents have the chance to comment, offer suggestions, and put their point of view across. We take all feedback received into consideration before deciding whether to proceed to change the proposals or not to proceed with the proposals at all. They were put together as a direct response to a number of concerns from local residents about road safety due to vehicles parking inconsiderately and obstructively on the footpath at junctions and across access points. Now, following that response from Milton Keynes Council, I then went off to have a word with your local town council, and they were able to shed a little bit more light on it. Apparently, the reason that the council is considering making these changes is because just along from where you live is a convenience store. And, of course, with a convenience store, they get a lot of passing trade, and people pull their car over, stop the car, jump out, go and get a pint of milk or a newspaper or, whatever it may be. And for them, that ability for customers to stop outside the shop, nip in, get something and go back is very important. But next door, is it next door to you or next door but one that the barber shop is open?
Next door to me.
Next door to you is a barber shop. And the barber shop has, or I don't know if it still does, but it did at one point have a number of barbers working in there at the same time. And those barbers have been arriving in their own cars. They've been parking along the road outside your house and outside this convenience store. And apparently the owner of the convenience store was complaining because there were never any spaces for his customers to stop and to go in and buy stuff from him. And as a result, his trade was suffering. So he's the one apparently who asked the council to put something in place so that there is only a limited amount of time you can leave your car on this stretch of road. Now, the council said to me, and I totally understand that, the council, of course, has to represent all parties. They're not there to side with one group of people over another. They have to look at what different people are saying, and then they have to make a judgment based on those views. And the town council were a bit worried at the time because they said, we've had a couple of meetings where we've discussed this. We have not had Bob come to those meetings or any of his neighbours who've expressed a concern. So the only thing we are hearing is from the convenience store owner as to how important this is for him to be able to have parking outside his shop for his customers to stop their car and buy stuff. So we would urge Bob to please speak up and to make his opinion known and the opinion of his neighbours if they share his view, so that all of this can be presented from a town council perspective to the county council, in this case Milton Keynes Council, so they can then make the kind of formal decision. I went back to Milton Keynes Council, as you will recall, and said, have you made a decision yet? Is there still time for Bob to officially make an objection? They said, there is a live public consultation on these proposals until 5 o'clock on the 24th of September, so in 2 days' time. The consultation started on the 3rd of September. Once this period of consultation has been completed, we will then review all of the feedback and make a decision. So I sent you off to make your official objection and to get your neighbours to do the same thing. How's it gone, Bob? Have you done that now?
I've done that, yes. I don't know if my neighbours have. I talked to them. It's a little, as I said last time, it's a little difficult. 2 of them have got their houses on the market. I don't know what the reasons are. So one of them said it's because it's stupid parking. I'm not sure, really. I responded and copied it to the local town council. I did bump into a councillor yesterday who said, why didn't you apply for a blue badge?
Yeah.
And I told him the same thing I told you, that I have to go through what's called a PIP. Apply for a PIP, which stops when you're 60. You can only apply for it if you're under 64. And I'm 71 in November. And so I'm not actually eligible under that system. I've read that there could be different rules under the local government system.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I don't believe in order to have a blue badge, you necessarily need to go through the PIP system.
That if you're getting disability living allowance, the higher proportion, or PIP, and you score 8 points, then you're entitled to a disability badge.
Have you contacted Milton Keynes Council to ask whether or not it's feasible for you to have a blue badge?
No, I haven't actually. I was looking on the website and on their website.
Well, I think that would be a good idea, Bob, and I think it would certainly help in this situation if you call the council, explain the situation, tell them that you feel that a blue badge would be extremely beneficial. That, of course, then further helps, doesn't it, in terms of the parking outside your property? Because if you've got a blue badge, then surely that means the council, as part of these proposals, would have to make sure that there was provision for disabled people to park.
Yes.
So
there is that, I must admit.
You know, I think you've got to start communicating more with the council and recognise that the council, they work for you as much as they work for the convenience store and the barber shop next door and all your neighbours. They're your council too, Bob.
Yes.
You pay your council tax and you have a right for them to help you with things as well. So don't feel shy or, you know, don't ever feel awkward about going to the council and asking for help.
No, I understand. It's I have suggested twice in my correspondence for residence parking. Now, they would benefit from that because we have to pay for residence permits. Whereas a blue badge, they wouldn't. I'm not sure which way to go because sometime in the future I'm due to have my left knee done, but once that's done I won't have a problem about walking. Well, 28 weeks afterwards.
Yeah, sure, but cross that bridge when you come to it. At the moment, a blue badge would assist you because of your limited mobility. So,
that's true.
Yes, sure. When you have the operation, if you're suddenly, you know, running laps around the park like Linford Christie, that's absolutely fine. You won't need a blue badge, will you? But until then, it would be very useful. So, you know, go and get it. Go and get one.
Okay, Jonathan, thank you very much.
Bob, listen, the consultation process is still open. We will wait with great interest to see what they do indeed decide to do. If you can drum up any last-minute support from any of your neighbours to also put in objections, that will all be helpful, because what you don't want is for you to be a lone voice against it and everyone else saying, oh, we think this is a marvellous idea, because the council will then simply say, well, we've looked at everything and actually Bob's the only one complaining, so we're going to go ahead and do it because the majority of people want it. So I think if you can get any last-minute support, that would certainly be a good idea. Bob, we'll leave it there. Let's catch up after the decision has been made, which surely will be sometime after the 24th, which is just in a couple of days' time.
Okay, Jonathan, No problem.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Tell me about this crack without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so we live in a 3-bed semi on a small cul-de-sac. We've got 3 children, one of which has a disability. So, as you can imagine, takes a lot of my time and energy. We've got a good relationship with our neighbours, as you can imagine, being on a cul-de-sac. And my neighbour wanted to have a conservatory built on the back of his property. No issue at all. But because they were going quite close to our foundations, they needed us to sign a party wall agreement. With this in mind, I wasn't too sure about how the land lied. Obviously, I wanted him to have the work done, but at the same time, I needed to make sure that I was covered. So what we did was we contacted our insurance company, spoke to the legal department. They said for us to get a surveyor out,
Yes.
just have a look over the property to make sure that there's nothing untoward that's in your property, so that everyone can agree the way that your property was before, just in case anything does go wrong. Approached the company with that. They then sent out their surveyor, who came, took pictures, said there was nothing wrong. Everyone.
Well, hang on, there wasn't at this point because nothing had been built.
No, nothing was wrong. Everything was fine. My property was in perfect order.
Right.
So they took pictures, said that was fine. So we all said it's fine. They did say to me, don't worry, if anything goes wrong, we're covered with our insurance, we'll sort it out. Well, this work happened last year in August, September, and they came, they built the conservatory, no issue at all.
So it's 2019.
2019, yep. And then about in December, it was Boxing Day, I remember it, and we noticed a crack on our bedroom wall. We've got a ground floor bedroom which backs onto the conservatory. There was a huge crack that was going from our skirting board almost all the way to the ceiling. So approached the company and said, well, hang on, we've now noticed that there's a crack. It was a lot of toing and froing. No one wanted to come out. No one wanted to basically know about it. Eventually, I managed to get the area manager to come out, because at that point I had said that if no one comes out, I will escalate it and take you to court.
Okay. I mean, first things first, did you speak to the neighbour? Because the ultimate responsibility for this is with your next door neighbour.
Yes, I did. I spoke to my neighbour about it. He could only apologise. He then went to the company also himself and tried to get them to sort it out.
Yes.
Because we were both led to believe if anything went wrong, they would sort it out.
Sure, okay. But of course, your neighbour has the contract with this company, you don't. So
yes.
it may well be that your neighbour needs to be the driving force behind getting this company to come and address the crack.
Well, they did come out eventually. So they came out and assessed, and the surveyor made a few comments, such as, well, he didn't pull out the bed. I'm not a surveyor, so I don't know what he should have done from not doing. So they eventually said...
Sorry, I don't understand. So the surveyor who came out said they didn't pull out the bed. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so he was the surveyor that came and had a look at the crack.
Yeah.
And obviously initially said that he could see nothing, there was nothing wrong, and then he said, oh, well, I didn't pull out the bed. But, I mean, at the end of the day, the crack goes from the skirting board all the way to the ceiling. I mean, I don't have a bed that big.
Right.
So you couldn't miss it. So they said, okay, it could have been caused by the vibrations of the drilling because they were close to the foundations. So they opened up the crack, attempted to fill it. It's still, I mean, you can still see the crack, and they have repainted it the wrong colour. And they have just painted the crack, not the whole entire wall. So I've got this highlight. So my wall is apricot, almond, and there is a streak of magnolia running up following this crack.
Okay.
I've contacted the company, who said, no, we've done everything that we were meant to do. We painted it as a goodwill gesture, and you're on your own.
Yeah.
Okay, most important thing, the crack that was there in the room, and I presume this is a room that is absolutely right next to where the conservatory was built on your next door neighbour's property.
Yes.
Okay, so the conservatory was added to the rear of that room, the mirror image of that room on the other side of the wall, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So it does appear that the crack was obviously caused during the construction process of the conservatory. Has the crack, since they filled it, has it reopened at all?
It hasn't. They just didn't fill it very well.
Okay, fine.
And
well, that's the most important thing, because my worry was, have they caused some kind of subsidence of the property?
That was my first worry, and that's when they got the surveyor out, who then said, no, he's checked the other side. It's not a structural crack.
Okay, good. Well, that's the main thing, because what you don't want is for that crack to keep getting bigger and opening up again, which then becomes very apparent that you've got movement and the house is moving on the foundations, because that would be very, very serious. So it sounds as if it's more a kind of cosmetic crack caused by possibly the vibrations or the banging and crashing as they were building the conservatory next door. The fact that they haven't bothered to fill it properly and haven't done a nice job is extremely disappointing. And
yeah, definitely. I mean, I've emailed and called. I've called customer services. I've emailed them. I've emailed the MD. I've emailed the area manager, and no one wants to help. No one wants to know. I've been to my neighbour, and he's tried to contact them with no joy. I've also contacted my insurance company, who've then said, okay, we'll have to take your neighbour to court, which I've got a good relationship with my neighbour. I don't really want to affect it.
No, but I am a bit surprised, though, that the neighbour hasn't said... But if I was your neighbour, and if I had had a conservatory built that had caused this problem for you, as a result of me having a conservatory built, I would say to you, do you know what, Dee? I will get round a decorator to come and do a nice job. Let us know the type of paint that you've got in the room. We'll match the paint. My decorator will do a perfect job. I'll pay the bill. I'll get that covered. And I will take it up separately with this conservatory company so you don't have any of the hassle. It seems to me as if you're having to do an awful lot of the running around and chasing for something that is actually nothing to do with you.
More or less, yes.
And I understand, you've got a good relationship with the neighbour, so you don't want that relationship to fall down. But I do think maybe the neighbour could do a bit more than they're doing in terms of getting this sorted for you.
Yeah, it's just, I guess it's a case of pushing that along. And as you can imagine, I don't really want to do that. As I said, I've got 3 children, one of which has a disability, and I don't want to put things on tenterhooks, because obviously we have a lot going on as a family without making things difficult with next door, which I have to live with them.
Yeah, no, I accept that.
Company, I don't.
I accept that. Has the next door neighbour, has he had a crack on his side of the wall as well?
No, because that is where his conservatory is.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, it very clearly was caused then by the conservatory company. Let's go and have a little word. Have you got photos of this crack?
Yes, I did send one along,
Okay.
but I can send other images along.
Well, I'm sure the team will show me the photos a little later, but can you see from the photos that the repair job, the decoration job, is poor quality?
Yes, and you can quite clearly see it because they've highlighted it.
Actually, Jonathan,
it's in the wrong colour.
Just have a quick look in your emails now. I've forwarded you a picture.
Hang on. This is all happening live.
So you'll see Dee's almond wall, and look, not too closely, you can see it. You don't have to peer into it too deeply.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it does. It just, the paint doesn't match at all.
No.
The rest of the... Did they even ask you the colour of the paint?
No, they didn't. They just assumed it was magnolia.
Right.
And said later down the line, I'm sure you said it was magnolia, which I quite clearly didn't.
Right. But I mean, even if they painted the whole of that wall the same colour, that would have looked better than doing what they have done.
Yeah, they said they're not prepared to paint any of the wall. It's literally the crack, and they did that as a goodwill gesture.
Right. Okay. Well, let's go and have a little word. What I'll do, I will look forward to having a conversation with whoever it is who runs this company. I'll go and have a conversation with him a little later. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll see what we can find out for you. Okay. To a case a lot of you have been commenting on my Twitter page, because I put a picture of Steve's car. Steve was telling me he broke down while he was doing some volunteering work during the pandemic. He called out his breakdown service on the way home after a shift, and a subcontractor came out to pick him up.
We work on an ambulance when we take people home or to the next level of care, or sometimes even take them into hospital. It alleviates some of that pressure on the NHS, but it's all voluntary work we do. That's when the problem occurred. I called my breakdown firm, mentioned to them, because I've got a Mazda 3. It's standard, it's not been changed, altered or lowered at all, anything like that, but it's got a low frontage on the car. He said, yeah, it'll be fine, and didn't really. He was quite a little bit dismissive, you might say, about that. That's fine. Then he loaded it, and sure enough, me and my partner both heard it scrape on both sides slightly. I checked the front of the car, and sure enough, I got two small gouges in both sides of the front of it underneath. It bothered me because I warned them about the risk of this before they did it. It's not really fair that you've caused damage to someone's property and you're not taking responsibility for that, and which is what's happened. They've not even looked at the video, they've walked away from anything I submitted and actually taken any responsibility, which I think's, for me, disgusting.
Well, the breakdown company says this is down to the subcontractor. And Steve says that they don't seem to want to have anything to do with it. So I've been off to have a word with the company that Steve has paid the money to. Never mind their subcontractor, that's down to them to go and talk to. I've spoken to the company that Steve has a contract with, and we have a response. And I'm pleased to say that Steve's back on the JVS show. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you, Steve. I've just retweeted the photo of the damage to the underside of your car, and I can say that the vast majority of my listeners who responded said that they, like you, would be very unhappy if they had that damage on the underside of the car, and they too would expect it to be repaired. Apart from anything else, this is a principal issue. Now, I've spoken to the company concerned and they've come back with a response. Let's just go through this. It's quite long. They say, the incident in question was on the 1st of September 2020. Steve had called with his vehicle going into limp mode, and it was decided that a straight vehicle recovery was the best course of action. We instructed one of our leading agent partners to assist, whom attended the scene, as they do on hundreds of cases for us, within their operating area. The first vehicle in attendance would have struggled to have safely transported the vehicle due to the skirt/splitter being so low, albeit we understand this was not an aftermarket modification. As a result, and at our cost, we instructed a secondary recovery vehicle suited to the transportation of Steve's vehicle. Steve alleged that some damage was made to his vehicle, as per our service agreements, both with our client and with all of our recovery agents. Any damages are a matter between the customer and the recovering agent. Steve and that subcontractor have corresponded, with the subcontractor having provided a final response. They then sent over a copy of the response that I presume you've already seen, Steve.
Yes, I have indeed, yes.
That in effect says, we don't believe we caused the damage. We believe, they say, to conclude, it is likely the slight scrape has been caused by a stone, curb or speed bump at some point previously. Now, the company carried on. They said Steve was clearly unhappy with this response from our subcontractor, ergo your radio programme. We have almost 400,000 members and receive overriding excellent feedback from our members, despite the motor breakdown sector being a very high compliant-driven sector. All of our recovery agents are vetted and must be Avro approved, insured, and must meet our high standards. This company that we subcontracted Steve's job to have an excellent relationship, and they have one of our best customer response rates. This complaint was overseen and managed by one of my senior staff within our company, and upon review has been dealt with correctly, albeit depending on the monetary costs, I may have considered settling to assist the member if I had seen sight of this before now. I have now had sight of the dashcam video, and there is most certainly no damage caused within this vehicle. Within this video, to the vehicle. I am happy to assist where I can, but this is the most rounded response we can provide at this time. So in effect, they are saying they've looked at the video, they still do not believe that their subcontractor caused the damage, and therefore they believe they dealt with it in a perfectly reasonable way, Steve.
Yeah, which is exactly where they left it before, and that's why I contacted yourselves. What they've not looked at, the dashcam video is from the back of the cab, which won't capture the bottom of the ramp as the vehicle is driven on. Like I said, we've recorded it when it was taken off. You can quite clearly see at that point, because we're at the side of the vehicle and actually close to the ramps, you can see where it catches on the ramps when it's taken off very, very slowly. So that's what they should have been looking at, and that was the evidence, and that is clear proof of it. But what they've not done, no one's really looked at that evidence at all.
And do we have that video, Steve?
You do indeed, sir, yes. I sent it on. It was difficult sort of sending it on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure I have actually got it, because I've gone through all of the detail for your file, and I have not seen that video. But it sounds as if that video actually would be rather useful.
Yes, indeed. I kept trying to send it on to the team because the problem sometimes is the size of the file with it being a video.
Well, you'd have to do it as a WeTransfer or something like that.
Right, okay. So if we get some guidance on doing that, like I say, my partner did it via the Apple phone and they sent it on that way. There's a link on there. If you click on the link, it should actually load it up as such. You can either do it. I tried to do a snippet of it recorded on the screen on my PC.
And hang on a second, so before we spend too much time and effort getting this video, does the video clearly show your car scraping the underside of it exactly where the damage has been caused, scraping on that vehicle as it was reversed off?
Yes, you can even hear my partner actually mention. You can hear it now catching as it happens.
And can you can clearly see it, because I've looked at the video that you have sent of the car actually coming up onto the back of the recovery truck, and you can't make out whether it's damaged or not. It doesn't look as if it's damaged, so it doesn't necessarily help. So before we go through loads of effort to try and get that video sent over to this company, are you confident that that is very conclusive evidence that your vehicle was damaged by their truck?
Yes. Yes.
Right,
for me, it's very clear. Like I say, there's audio on mine. There's no audio on the video they sent either.
Okay.
So that doesn't capture any sound or anything. But obviously, we're at the side of the vehicle and filming it as it came down because I was confident it had just caught. So I filmed it coming off for that very reason.
Okay, fine. What I'm going to do, a couple of things. Firstly, I'm going to pass you back to my team, and we will try and facilitate getting that video so that I can send it on to the man that I'm talking to. I think that is going to be very crucial. The other thing that's interesting, I think, in exploring with him, let me just read out the third paragraph from the bottom. The complaint was overseen and managed by one of my senior staff, and upon review has been dealt with correctly, albeit, depending on the monetary costs, I may have considered settling to assist the member if I had seen sight of this before now. That sounds to me as if he's not necessarily adverse to paying you what you've asked for. If it means
that's
that
never
this
been brought to the table at all.
Exactly. But then he kind of backtracks from that and says he's now seen the dash cam and there was certainly no damage caused, and he doesn't reiterate the offer. So I think what I'd like to do is, with your video, go back to him and say, right, look at this video. This is taken by the customer when the vehicle was taken off the recovery truck. You can clearly see it is catching on the underside of the vehicle. That would not have been captured by the video you've seen previously. You've been sent by your subcontractor. Therefore, you did mention that you would be prepared potentially to settle this financially to assist the member. Are you now prepared to do that? Let's see if we can do that and draw a line under it, yeah?
Absolutely, sounds like a good plan.
Okay, Steve, well, all we now need to do, I need to pass you back to one of my team who are computer savvy enough to be able to work out how we get a copy of that big video file, because often these big files are difficult to send by email. So I'll pass you back to my team. We'll get that. And I know a case a lot of you have been following with great interest is that of Laura and the kitten. Laura was telling me that her children really wanted a kitten. And finally, during the lockdown, she relented. They decided to look for a tabby. So Laura went online after failing to find any at rescue centres. She found a seller through a pet website who had a female tabby kitten available. It was 10 weeks old, or so the seller said. Laura went to have a look at the kitten. She took £350 in cash with her, just in case it was love at first sight. Well, it was love at first sight, so Laura indeed handed over the money and agreed to take the kitten, but on the proviso that if a checkup at the vet's raised any issues, Laura could take her back.
The vet came out after the examination looking quite glum, and he said, "I'm afraid your kitten is very malnourished, very underweight, is full of fleas." This is after the lady had said she had wormed and flea'd her. I went home, I messaged the lady and I said, "I'm very sorry to say that this is what the vet has just told me. I won't be taking the cat back to you because I want her to be having the best chance of life. And however, I thought you should know this, and I also need for you to answer the question, when was her exact date of birth? And compared with the other kittens in the litter, was she on the small side? Were there any other problems you were aware of?" That message never got through. I got one tick. I was blocked. I tried to phone her. I texted her. I left voicemails. I messaged her through the site so I could see she read all of my messages, but nothing. Radio silence.
Well, sadly, the little kitten called Hazel died after a few days. Laura and her family were absolutely devastated, but Laura was also left furious that this woman who had taken 350 quid from them seemed to have vanished with her money and wasn't remotely interested in what had happened to the kitten ever since. Well, Laura's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Laura.
Morning, Jonathan. Hi.
Now, thankfully, there is a happy ending. Well, hopefully it will be a happy ending to this story, in the fact that as you were telling your story on the programme, one of my listeners, John in Luton, he was listening and he sent me a text to say, "Jonathan, just to let you know, and you can pass this on to Laura, our cat has had... the cat actually had 4 kittens. One of them died, sadly, but there were 3 left. And he said, myself and my wife are having one of them. A friend of ours is having the other. But we have a female tabby available. And if Laura would like her, well, Laura can certainly come and have a look." So you did. And again, it was love at first sight, wasn't it? And I've shared a photo. I don't know if you've seen. My listeners love the photo of little Stella.
Yes.
Even though a number of people are commenting on her little claws sticking out, looking particularly ferocious.
Out because they grab onto you. I think it's that kind of reflex thing that they don't want to fall.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
she was doing a bit of that as well.
Unfortunately, with cats, claws are just a fact of life. So let's just hope those claws don't start to get to work on your furniture. That's all I'll say as she gets a bit older. When are you due to get Stella?
Yeah, so we are going to be picking her up on Saturday. So we're so excited. It's great. She's been to, John and lovely Bev, his partner, have taken her to the vet. She's been a good couple of times. He's sent us videos of Stella with her mum and cleaning her. And, as I said before, kindly, they even said, when I asked how much they'd like for her, they said nothing. So yeah, we're very indebted to them, and really excited about Saturday as well.
Well, if you are a decent person in life and you happen to have kittens or puppies or whatever it may be, one of the overriding desires that you would have is that whoever takes on those kittens or those puppies or baby rabbits or whatever is a kind, caring, compassionate person who's going to look after that animal and give them a good life. And obviously John heard your story on the programme and feels confident that you and your family are going to do just that for little Stella. So that's all fantastic. But what about the woman who took your £350 and sold you Hazel, who was obviously a very, very unwell, malnourished, riddled in fleas kitten?
And then disappeared.
Very crucially. Now, I just wanted to have a quick catch up with you. I haven't got a lot to tell you, but I have got something interesting to tell you. So, as you know, I went off to have a word with the website that you found this seller through. Yeah. The company is, it's a website called Pets for Homes. A lot of people are using that website, but just be aware, it is purely a listing website for any old Tom, Dick or Harry to advertise pets for sale on. It doesn't in any way give a guarantee that the pets are good quality pets, that they're healthy pets. It doesn't even give a guarantee that the person selling the pet is legally allowed to sell the pet, because there is now a new law that says you can only sell an animal in this country that you have personally bred yourself. And I'll tell you what's a bit worrying. Having done a little bit of research into the woman that you purchased this kitten from, she has a history of buying kittens. Just looking back at some of the reviews for her on various websites, it's clear that she has bought kittens from other people. Now, is she buying kittens for 50 quid and then selling them for £350? If she is, she's breaking the law. We have no guarantee that that's what happened in little Hazel's case. However, you didn't ever see any photos or videos, did you, of Hazel with her mother?
No, I didn't.
So it could well be that she's bought this kitten and has sold the kitten on to make a profit without any real knowledge of where the kitten had even come from. Now, the website Pets for Homes said, as you can see from the communication, we have advised Laura to put this matter in the hands of Trading Standards and the RSPCA. More than 225,000 animals were rehomed through Pets for Homes between June and August, and issues were reported to us in connection with just 0.1% of these processes. However, when it comes to animal welfare, one case is too many. And on the rare occasions when something has gone wrong, we advise an individual involved in the transaction to alert the authorities so that an official data request can be submitted to us, and we can then cooperate fully and are not constrained by GDPR rules. As we hope that this will turn into an investigation of the person accused, who has incidentally permanently been banned from our platform, it would be wrong for us to give further comment at this time. So in effect, Pets for Homes are not really providing us with any help, purely saying that if you were to involve the authorities, they would assist with them. Now, I know you were going to try and put in a complaint through Trading Standards and the RSPCA. How have you got on, Laura? Have you had a chance to do that yet?
Yeah, but I did with Trading Standards. I'm waiting for a call back from someone there. And with the RSPCA, I phoned, but I kind of got, it was hard to get the right number, and I just kind of got an automated thing that said, because of COVID, we're only dealing with emergencies at this moment in time. So if it isn't an emergency, and I just, so I didn't do any more on the RSPCA at this stage because of, I wasn't sure. I hope that there are no other cats in danger, but I just, because of what happened with Hazel and the state that she came to us, but I didn't feel it was an emergency that would detract from other work they were doing. So I haven't followed up on that one.
Yes, I mean, I would have thought that the RSPCA, they may well be interested, but it is unlikely that they will investigate this thoroughly unless they have any kind of evidence to suggest that this woman who you bought the kitten from is involved in some kind of, kitten farm process. Where there are large numbers of cats that are being sold on to people. And to be honest with you, from my research and from the investigation I've done, I don't necessarily think she is a big-time kitten farmer.
No, I don't know.
I think she's someone who has, in the past, bought and sold cats and makes herself some profit from them. And it may well be that she has bred some kittens herself, because there is a record of her having listed kittens for sale previously, but not on a huge scale in terms of, that she's not constantly advertising cats for sale.
No.
What is rather interesting is that I have got what I believe to be this woman's real name. Which is different to the name that you believed you were dealing with. You believed you were dealing with a woman called Samantha. That's what she told you her name was. I don't believe her name is Samantha at all. I believe her name is Chloe. And I do have her surname, although at this stage I'm not going to identify her surname. But what I did do, actually thanks to you, having had a little look, and you managed to find a link for somebody else and dropped me a line with that line of inquiry for someone with the same surname who operates what appears to be a proper bona fide company. So I called this woman, who I believe is probably in some way related to Chloe.
Yeah.
And I called her up, and she was obviously a little bit confused as to why I was trying to get hold of her. She'd actually called me back because I left a message for her. So she called me back and was quite anxious to have a conversation to find out what I wanted.
Yeah.
When I mentioned the name of the person that I was looking for, suddenly the desire to have communication with me completely dried up. She said, "I will be unable to assist you any further regarding this." And I said, can I just try and find out a little bit more in terms of, do you know this person? She said, "I am unable to assist you further with this." I said, "Yes, but the person has the same surname as you, so you either know who I'm talking about or you don't. If you do, then maybe you or someone else in your family can put me in touch." She said, "Well, can I ask what this person has done that you are interested in?" So I explained the fact that the Chloe that I am looking for, I believe, has sold a kitten that was very poorly for £350 to someone, and the cat died, and she will now not return any calls or take any interest. The lady on the phone said, "I'm sorry, I'm going to have to end this conversation now. I cannot assist you any further with what you're looking for." Now that to me is not the normal response of someone that doesn't know the person.
That is not a normal response. You're right.
If somebody was looking for someone with, for example, the surname Vernon Smith, that was no relation to me, then I would say, "I'm sorry, that person has the same surname as me, but I don't know who they are. I've never heard of anyone called that." So it's very unusual. Now, I will, of course, continue to do all I can to get hold of this woman. I have one or two other irons in the file. We'll leave it for today, but I will be in touch with you as soon as I have any further information, okay?
Thanks, Jonathan. Because the thing is, like I might have mentioned before, if you had nothing to hide and you explain the situation, you'd say, "Look, this has nothing to do with us." And if it was me, I would go out my way to to make sure that was
exactly. The response was not a normal response, which is why it has purely made my intrigue in that particular person even greater. Listen, let's leave it there for now, Laura. We will talk to you very soon as I have further information to share. As you know, I have been trying to get in touch with the woman that sold you, Hazel. And I have also been in touch with the website that you found Hazel on. That company is a company called Pets for Homes. That's the name of the website. They came back with this response. They said, as you can see from the communication below, we have advised Laura to put this matter in the hands of Trading Standards and the RSPCA. More than 225,000 animals were rehomed through Pets for Homes between June and August, and issues were reported to us in connection with just 0.1% of these processes. However, when it comes to animal welfare, one case is too many. And on the rare occasion when something has gone wrong, we advise an individual involved in the transaction to alert the authorities so that an official data request can be submitted to us and we can then cooperate fully and are not constrained by GDPR rules, as we hope this will turn into an investigation of the person accused, who incidentally has been permanently banned from our platform. It would be wrong for us to give further comment at this time. So just a word of warning for everybody really out there. If you use the website Pets for Homes, just be aware they are purely a website that allows people who are selling animals to list those animals. It is in no way a guarantee that the animal will be fit and healthy. You don't really have any protection as a result of using that website. It's purely a way for people to be able to buy and sell. Now, the person I really want to speak to is the woman that sold you the cat. She'd originally given you the name Samantha.
Yeah.
And that's who you believed you were looking for, or I would be looking for, as a result of your call to me. It quickly became apparent when I started doing a little bit of research with her telephone number that actually her name is Chloe. It's not Samantha. And I have left her numerous messages trying to give her an opportunity to call me back so we can have a discussion. Of course, as with all cases that I investigate, it's very important that I try and contact the other person to hear their side of the story and to give them an opportunity to resolve the matter. And I'd hoped that by now she would have called me back. However, she hasn't. She hasn't made one attempt, it would appear, to speak to me. Now, I have, because I am fairly tenacious when it comes to trying to make contact with people, I have done quite a lot of research and have spoken to a number of other people who I feel may have connections with this Chloe that I'm trying to speak to. It is very interesting to me that one particular person who I spoke to, who shares the same surname as Chloe, was quite keen to talk to me until, that is, I mentioned Chloe's name, at which point she asked why I wanted to speak to her. When I told her, she then said that there was nothing she could do to help me, and she has never tried to call me back since the phone went down. So I was starting to be a little bit concerned as to whether or not I would ever get to hear anything from this mysterious Chloe I'm trying to talk to, until, that is, yesterday afternoon, when I received an email, not from Chloe, but from my agent. Now, right. I should just point out that my agent has nothing to do with the BBC or indeed my work for BBC Three Counties Radio. However, it would appear she made contact with him. And it would appear that my agent has had a phone conversation with the mysterious Chloe.
Right.
He forwarded over to me yesterday afternoon an email that she had sent after having had that phone conversation with him. I want to read that to you now.
Okay.
And all I would ask everybody to do listening to the programme is, does this sound like a person who has nothing to do with this case, who could have called me back numerous times to explain her side of the story?
Yeah.
If I'd got the wrong person, she could have called me back to clarify. She's made no attempt whatsoever to call me. But she's written this. as I say, this was addressed to my agent. Good afternoon. Thank you for speaking with me yesterday. I would hope that it is not Jonathan Vernon Smith persistently harassing me and my family, so I have inserted some of his voicemails to confirm a voice match. I unfortunately believe it is himself after listening to some content of his online. He is tarring the BBC name at best and using is as a bullying tactic to get my friends and family to call him. I'm reading this as she's written it, by the way. Below is a small synopsis of harassment. I have also included a few of the many voicemails left on my phone and my friends' phones and family phones. It is also worth noting then she talks about a member of her family, works from home running her own business. She does not have time to vet her calls from journalists from the BBC, which is causing her severe distress. He is also contacting my mum with recorded depression, who is 76 and can barely get up and walk to her phone, who doesn't know how to block callers, receiving over 15 calls daily within a 5-minute period. Well, I have to be honest with you, Laura, I don't even have a number for her mother, so quite where she's got that from, I don't know. Some of the numbers that are being used to call me are, but not limited to, and then she lists the numbers for BBC Three Counties Radio, which, had she bothered to actually call those numbers back, she would have ascertained were from the BBC and indeed was from my office. These are the missed calls just for one day on my phone. I have lots more, as well as text of him.
Oh, my goodness.
On the 21st of September 2020, my mother, who I haven't got her number, received 16 missed calls within 5-minute time frame, as well as 4 voicemails. Well, that's strange because I haven't got her mother's number. On the 21st of September 2020, over 20 missed calls within a 5-minute time frame, as well as 3 voicemails to another member of my family. I have also had 6 of my friends and old co-workers, which he has sourced from LinkedIn, message me and ask me about this absurd allocation and who this man really is. He is still persistent to this day, and I myself received a further call from him today and yet another voicemail. He is deforming my character to the fullest extent and stalking me online. Gosh. All she had to do was call me back. I am formally, she carries on, I am formally conveying my wishes and my family's wishes and anyone on my LinkedIn/Facebook and any social media outlet to be left alone. After the spending of these false rumours to all my family and friends, I have no option but to deactivate all my accounts on anything in order to further protect my family and friends from being harassed. I request a formal letter of apology from Jonathan Vernon Smith himself, not a phone call, which he can direct through yourself, as I do not wish anyone having my email, especially anyone in relation to Jonathan Vernon Smith, she says to my agent.
Is that it? Sorry,
she goes on. Hang on, we've still got more to get through. If I don't receive this and the calls do not stop, I will engage a solicitor, as it is more than enough to pursue harassment, as well as the rumours spread around regarding myself, which will negatively impact my word life and social life. However, I will not take it any further as long as the calls completely stop and I receive the apology letter. I would also like noting, if you wish to contact me yourself regarding this issue, this is completely fine. She then goes on to list the telephone number that I have been trying and the telephone number that you have copies of text messages from in your communication with this woman when she was selling you the kitten. Please do not call from a withheld number, as I won't pick up the call, or leave a voicemail or where I can get back to you. I hope we can come to an agreement to stop this absurdity and harassment. As a disc jockey, should not be threatening me to broadcast my name all over the radio. I have a recorded voicemail. Kind regards. And then she signs her name.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, there are just several things that I would like to point out. Firstly, all this woman had to do was to call me back when I left a message for her.
Absolutely.
She has never made any attempt to call me back and to explain her side of the story or to express any kind of concern whatsoever in terms of you providing me with her number and it being a case of mistaken identity or anything else.
That's the first thing thinking about it, that's the first thing I would have done. If this was nothing to do with me, I would say, hang on, I would phone you right back. What have you got my number? How has this happened? This is not me.
Well, that's absolutely right. And the level she has gone to in this response, as far as I'm concerned, just completely confirms that she is the woman that sold you that kitten, without a doubt. This is not the normal response from someone who has nothing to do with this case. This woman is trying to do everything she possibly can to get me to go away. What she doesn't realise is that I don't go away.
Oh, yeah. That's why we all love you, Jonathan.
Well, it's not about that. It's about the fact that I don't like people who take money from others, particularly when animals are concerned, for poorly animals. 350 quid she took off you.
Do you know, I know, and that would have been, I know, reading the tweets and stuff, I just had a brief look, people saying it was a lot of money. But the thing is, when you buy, and I remember saying to her at the time, listen, the tabbies online were around £250 to £350. But when you think, some people spend more on a pair of shoes than on that. And I was thinking, this is an animal that I will hopefully keep for years and years. Some people spend more on a light fitting. And I did say to her at the time, listen, I think it is at the top end, but I'm not going to haggle with you on price for the sake of £50 or £100 because you have brought this kitten up. And I didn't do that. So, but yeah, the fact that she has said in those letters, the fact that she has gone on about the distress that your inverted commas harassment has caused members of her family when you didn't even contact certain ones, just boggles me, because this is the person. It has to be the person that has that sold me this kitten.
The simple fact is, I would have had no cause to go and speak to members of her family if she'd phoned me back on the number that clearly is her number, because she has told my agent that he can call her on it.
Yeah.
So, this is, as far as I'm concerned, this email that she has sent has made things 100 times worse for her, because she has confirmed her name, she has confirmed her telephone number. We have the evidence that telephone number is indeed the telephone number that you were communicating with regarding the sale of this kitten.
Yes.
I have evidence that she has purchased kittens in the past from people on the internet. There is a clear connection. I have photographs of her. This really is not... She's really making this 1,000,000 times worse than it needs to be. Yeah. All she really needs to do, Laura, is to call me back and to have a conversation, a grown-up conversation. If she's unwittingly sold you a kitten that wasn't very well, and she's got a rational explanation as to why that happened, all she needs to do is to phone like an adult and have a conversation and explain why that cat she took £350 for died a week later, and why when you told her about that, she has shown absolutely no interest whatsoever. All she needs to do is explain why that is.
Yes.
And as long as it's a reasonable explanation, I'll go away.
Yeah.
But until I get that explanation, I'm not going anywhere.
It's as I've always said to you, it wasn't about getting the money back. It's never been about that. It was about how the fact that when I said I was going to the vets, You didn't respond. I told her the night before, and then I was blocked. It's like she knew, that when I was going to see that vet a few days later, and that is what I can't get over. If she would have said, I'm so, that's awful, I can't believe that happened, I might not have said, okay, I want my money back. I might just have said, yeah, it's just awful. But it's the fact that she had no interest and didn't care and has acted in the way she acted.
Well,
and even now, I can't believe the tone of that.
I'm absolutely delighted that she is now intending to instruct solicitors. Because I would love nothing more than to have a conversation with her solicitors and to try and get to the bottom of what's gone on here. So if she's listening to the programme, please do instruct your solicitors to make contact with me. In fact, you can ask them to call my telephone number now, 08081 008800. I'd love to have a conversation with them. We can certainly address your allegations of harassment. And while we're addressing your allegations of harassment, I will address the fact that you appear, on the face of it, to have sold Laura a very unwell kitten, taken £350 from her, and when she then tried to inform you of it, you then vanished. Yeah. Laura, more work to do. I'm not going anywhere. I will continue to investigate this, but I thought you and everybody else would be absolutely fascinated by the latest development in this case.
Jonathan, thank you so much. I can't believe the mail that you have just read. But thank you so much for kind of continuing to kind of get to the bottom, and all she needs to do is talk to you.
That's right.
She won't talk to me. She won't talk to anyone, but, just to understand what happened.
Well, hopefully at some point she will realise that is the way. If she really wants me to go away, then either do what you say, get your solicitors to call me and we'll have a discussion about harassment, absolutely. Or alternatively, you could just do what normal people do, and that's to return my call and have a discussion. Yeah, 08081 008800 is the number. Laura, we'll leave it there. We will talk very soon. If you hear anything now, at the beginning of lockdown, Karen's parents had a new boiler fitted. It was a combi boiler, but Karen says they've been left with a few issues.
They gave my parents like a little gadget to ask them to go onto the internet to program what time the heating comes on, and it's just not happening. They're in their 80s, they just we can't get it to work. We can't program it. Basically, it works and it's very efficient, but we can't program it properly.
And what have the company done in terms of coming out to help you program it?
They offered to talk my parents through it over the telephone, and then it's transpired that the chaps that fitted the new boiler hadn't tightened the joints and that up tight enough, so there has been a constant drip over the weeks. And that had started to seep and stain all of the new paintwork in my mum's new kitchen.
So as far as I'm concerned, there are two things we need to take up with this company, and two things that I feel they need to make right. The first thing, if indeed their installer did not tighten various parts up, and that then caused a water leak that then subsequently caused some decorative damage in the kitchen, then they need to make sure they put that right, whether that's to provide a decorator to redecorate it or to pay somebody else to redecorate it, and also to cover the cost of the other engineer who Karen then got involved, who actually tightened up all the bits that were loose. So they need to make that right. And they also need to just make sure that Karen's parents are aware of how to operate the programmer. I'm sure it is doable. It just is a bit of a knack, and you've got to learn how to do it. And maybe if they talk Karen through it over the phone, Karen can then work out how it works, and she can then show her parents. That might be the easiest way of doing it. So I know that's what we've been taking up with this company. Karen's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Karen.
Hello, morning.
Hello, Karen. Right, now I know Tara has been speaking to this company. What's the latest? What are they saying to us on this, Tara?
Okay, so if we just go back to the statement that they provided us the last time we were on the programme with Karen, and they did say in there they weren't responsible for any weakness or deficiency with the pre-existing components, and they had actually offered to fit a new shower that was compatible with the new boiler, because it was all about this combi boiler, etc.
Yeah, but I to be honest, I think, and we've already discussed that, Karen, I don't feel the company are responsible for the issue regarding the shower. So let's draw a line under that. But the other issues that I mentioned absolutely are issues that they should address.
Yeah, and that's what they said in that email. They said that they had offered to reimburse the leak in the cupboard for £105 plus VAT as a gesture of goodwill. Now, at the point when that was put to Karen said, well, that doesn't really cover it all. I did go back to them because Karen had provided me with some details, which was basically the cost that the plumber that she'd employed to correct some of this work, and the cost that she'd incurred as a result of that, and there were some additional costs with that. So I put that to the company, and also about the fact that her mum and dad hadn't been able to programme it properly.
Yeah.
So what's the point of having a boiler if you can't use all the
you need to be able to
and twistles on them?
Set it to put your heating on before you get up in the morning, don't you think?
It makes it much more efficient.
That's right.
A more efficient way of using it. So I did get in touch with them about those 2 points, and they got back to me to say, to update me, that the installations manager was going to call the customer and make arrangements for technical advice, and also that they had written to Karen to ask for copies of any third-party invoices and a job report for the shower repair and the leak, just to clarify exactly what her situation was, so that the directors of the company could inspect those and possibly act accordingly. So really, Karen, we need to know where we are with that now.
That all sounds positive. Have you heard anything from them yet, Karen?
Yes, the installations manager tried to call me but couldn't get through, so he sent me an email. He's basically waiting for me to get to my parents so I can just put aside a few hours and concentrate with him teaching me how to program the boiler. So he's all over that. That's fine. And another person in the company, they've asked me for those invoices, which I've asked for from the third-party plumber, which I've sent on to them this morning.
And do you know the total cost that you incurred from the third-party plumber as a direct result of the first company not having installed the boiler properly?
Yeah, it was the two amounts. It was the 107 plus the VAT for the cupboard, and then the 200 and something plus the VAT for the leak going through the bathroom.
And what is that for? Is that for the decoration cost?
No. I did email the decoration cost, which was a part day rate of the chap that was doing the decorating in the extension, but they haven't got back to me on that one yet.
So hang on a second. So 107 was for the leak coming through into a cupboard. Is that the cupboard in the kitchen?
No, that's the cupboard where they took the old boiler out. Right.
So that was a leak caused again by their installation.
Yes.
So that's £107 plus VAT. And then you mentioned a second amount of 200 and something. How much was that?
I'm actually not in my office because it's quite noisy, so I had to come outside. But from memory, I think that was 205 plus the VAT.
And what was that for?
That was for the leak coming from the attic where they removed the old tank into the bathroom.
Okay. And all of that is clearly outlined in writing from the third-party plumber that I had to do it in terms of exactly what he was doing and the reason for it.
Yes, he put on his email, because initially what he did was he invoiced me for everything, and then I went back to him and said, could you please break this down, because obviously they're not entitled to pay everything, because a lot of it was for the new extension. So he came back with the breakdown, and then to say what he would have done, which they didn't do, which I forwarded on to the company.
And roughly how much for the decoration?
I think it was 80.
80 quid for the redecoration. Okay, fine. And you've now sent all of that to them?
That's all gone on to them, yes. And as I say, the installations manager, we've been emailing each other, and he's waiting for me, which I'm hoping to go tomorrow or Friday to my mum's and basically sit down with the gadget and get him to talk me through programming it.
Yeah. Well, that would be brilliant news if they can actually work it in the way that it was intended to be worked. I just need to say, though, that the company, something that was just mentioned, the company would dispute any suggestion that they didn't fit the boiler properly. And they did say in their statement that, to clarify, we replaced the old conventional boiler with a more powerful and efficient combi boiler system. Unfortunately, the pre-existing shower does not operate with the new boiler, and because of the increased performance, and as such, developed a leak.
Yes, but hang on a second, because if you're telling me that one of the leaks came from the loft where they'd removed the old water tank. Was it the first the company we're dealing with? Was it that company that removed the water tank?
Yes. Yes.
Right. Okay. So that was their job. That's nothing to do with the shower. That's to do with the fact that they removed the water tank and they left a leak in the loft, which then came through. Total cost 205 or something plus VAT for that. The 107 was from the water coming through from where?
The cupboard.
It was coming from the bar. It was coming from the attic, the loft.
So again, the same leak. So it's the same leak from the water tank. So it's actually nothing to do with the shower. It's the fact that when their employee came out to remove the water tank as part of the original job, it would appear he left something leaking in the loft, which caused these problems. So, nobody is suggesting that they had done anything that affected the shower. This is to do with a leak in the loft, and that's something they need to take responsibility for. And I presume you made them aware of this leak.
Yes, and the chap came back. When the shower wasn't working, he actually returned to the property, and he went upstairs into the loft and everything, and he said, I've checked all of my work and everything is fine.
So he couldn't find the leak?
Well, there wasn't a leak at the time. He wasn't aware of a leak at the time, so it was literally just a drip, drip, drip.
Right.
And he was trying to find out why the shower wasn't working.
Yes, but when you then realised there was the leak coming through, did you inform the company that there was the leak?
Yes.
Right. And why didn't they come out and attend to it?
Well, they just kept saying 3 times. They said to me, if you've got a complaint, go through our complaint procedure, which I did on the website. And if you're still not happy, go to the Ombudsman, which I did. I emailed the Ombudsman, but they came back to say due to COVID, they weren't working.
Okay. And actually, all you really needed was someone to jump in a van, come around with a few banners and tighten up whatever was leaking. I mean, you don't need an Ombudsman to do that, do you? Right, well, look, it sounds as if they're certainly not closing the door to this. They are keeping the door open. They want to see the invoices. Let's see how they respond when they've had sight of all of those invoices and see what they're prepared to pay.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hello, Tony.
Hello, Jonathan.
Tony, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right. It's to do with a mattress. I purchased it on the 24th of the 3rd, 19. And obviously, what's happened is it's all split down each side of the memory foam.
Right. Now, bear with me 1 second. So, how much did you pay for this mattress?
I paid $249.99, but it was reduced from a $749.99.
Right. Well, that doesn't matter. What matters is how much you actually paid for it. How big was it, or how big is it?
It's a double mattress.
Double. Okay. And you say it's a memory foam.
Yes, the top surface.
Okay. And when did you first notice what you describe as splitting?
Well, my wife's been complaining about the problem when she sits on the side of the bed, but obviously you can't see the split unless you get inside the cover. And obviously we had a bit of a spill, and it must have been the beginning of this month, September, and I opened the zip at the end, which you can open to get in, and it literally only opens the end of the mattress. And I got in to put some towels in there to try and mop the spill up, and I noticed then it got a split.
What had you spilt on it?
Just water. I was just giving her a wash.
What, your wife?
My wife's partly disabled.
I see. So you were giving your wife a bed bath.
Yeah.
And you spilt some of the water and it went through onto the mattress. And at the point that you were trying to put the towels under the cover of the mattress to soak up the water, you then noticed that the innards of it had split.
The foam part of it, yes, it's got a big split. And it wasn't just a little split, it was about a split about 15 inches, 18 inches long.
Okay. And whereabouts is that? Is that where kind of your wife's bottom would be, or?
That's roughly, yes. As you're getting out of the bed, it's directly in the middle of the mattress, on the side of the mattress, but between the bottom and the top of the mattress, it's exactly in the middle.
Okay.
And I've noticed it's the other side as well now.
I see. And in terms of, forgive me asking some rather personal questions, but obviously mattresses are quite personal items, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
In terms of your use of the mattress, is this the first liquid spillage on that mattress?
Yes.
Right. So it hasn't had any kind of moisture in it or anything like that?
No.
And in terms of your size and your wife's size, would you describe yourself as average weight?
Yes, I would, yes.
Right, okay. Well, as long as you have used the mattress in a completely normal and reasonable way, and have not, inflicted things on that mattress that it was not actually designed for, such as, spillages, etc., then it should last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
Now, 250 quid for a mattress is, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to be a mattress that is going to last you for a tremendously long time. In the grand scheme of things, that would be down at the very lower end of what you can pay for a mattress. So there is that case of you do get what you pay for when it comes to beds. However, it certainly should have lasted longer than it has lasted, because it's only been, a year and a half?
Yes, about 17, 18 months, I think.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you were coming to me, if this mattress was 5 years old, then to be honest, I'd be saying, well, do you know what? You've had 250 quid's worth of life out of that. But the fact that it's
coming to you.
Yeah, the fact that it's only lasted a year and a half seems very unfair. Now, have you spoken to the company and complained about this, and complained that the product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time under the Consumer Rights Act?
Exactly, that's what I have done. And
what have they said?
All they do is try and palm me off to the manufacturer, which I said, obviously, I obviously listened to your show, and I said, that's not right. I bought the mattress off you, and you should deal with the problem. And in the end, they just kept saying, it's out of warranty, there's nothing we can do. And they said, you need to go to the manufacturer, which I did. And then they said exactly the same thing. They obviously got no record of the sale, because I didn't purchase it from them. And I need to go back to the seller and tell them that they have got to be in touch, which they have. And they just keep coming back and saying, it's out of warranty, there's nothing we can do. And I just kept saying, that's not right, I have got rights. The mattress should last longer than 17 months. And in the end, they told me to send them photographs. Now, to send them photographs, I had to take the cover off the mattress, because there's no way I can take a picture of anything with that cover on. And it would only open at the end and sort of up the side about 15 inches, so it wouldn't go all the way around. So I managed to take the cover off, take pictures, and send it to them, and they still kept coming back saying, no, it's out of guarantee, there's nothing we can do. Right. And in the end, they put it up to head office, and I got a message Friday to say that I needed to send the pictures and everything to the people that made the mattress. And Sunday morning, I get a message back to say, unfortunately, it's out of guarantee, we can't do anything, and because you've taken the cover off, the guarantee is void.
Oh, how very convenient. Have you got it in writing that the retailer asked you to take the cover off?
Well, no, he didn't say take it off. He just said take pictures and send us what the problem is. But unless you take the cover off, Jonathan, you cannot take a picture.
Right.
Okay. I have sent you some pictures. I don't know whether you've got them.
I haven't seen them yet. Normally the team show me photos and things like that after the programme, so I'll have a look at those. And I will certainly get a call into this company for you, and just to talk them through the Consumer Rights Act and see what their understanding is of it, because this is simply unacceptable. You're never going to expect a mattress for $249.99 to last for a huge number of years, but it should last for more than a year and a half. Tara...
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Jitu. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, certainly. In May last year, I purchased two Italian leather settees, and I paid £5,500. And with your advice, I always pay by credit card. Just the background information to these settees, they have a manual mechanism to lower or raise the backrest. And what has happened is when the settee was delivered in June 19, I noticed that one of the settees, the four-seater one, had a faulty mechanism whereby you could not manually lower or raise the backrest. I complained this to the delivery men, and it was promptly noted on the delivery note, and the company eventually agreed to replace that settee with a new one in July 2019. However, within 7 months, the mechanism in the new settee also failed. Now, I have been in discussions with the company, and the company representative visited our home and inspected the sofa and basically said that there was nothing faulty about it. It just required an adjustment to the gas struts, I believe, which are built into the settee, and that they would need to remedy the fault by taking the settee away to their premises. Mm-hmm. I subsequently wrote to them, basically worrying that having paid so much money for this settee, and the mechanism has failed twice on 2 different settees, I've lost a bit of confidence in the product, and I basically referred the company to the Consumer Rights Act, basically saying that the goods were not fit for purpose or of satisfactory quality.
I think you might have been a bit premature at that point.
I think I probably sort of jumped the gun too quickly.
Yeah, I think a little bit. I mean, I think at that stage I would certainly have put the company on notice formally that, yes, I would give them this opportunity to repair the sofa. However, you know, I haven't had the sofa very long. Already I've had to have one sofa replaced because of this same mechanism problem. Now they're saying they're going to repair it a second time. I will give them that opportunity. However, please be aware, if this problem manifests itself again, at that point I will then reject the goods. I think that then it just makes you come across absolutely as the reasonable one who's giving the company an opportunity because, you know, you're not an unreasonable person. But having said that, you don't want this to become an ongoing feature for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I understand. I, in fact, have given them the opportunity. In fact, they are coming this Friday.
Right.
To carry out a further inspection, and then they will let me know what they are planning to do.
Okay.
But my main concern, Jonathan, is the company has made reference to to the fact that on the invoice it says imperfect goods. Now, I'm not sure where I actually stand as far as the Consumer Rights Act is concerned.
What? So hang on a minute. They're telling you that they sold you goods that were not up to normal standard. They had faults with them.
Well, it says on that invoice, because this matter was escalated to the company chairman, and he has subsequently written saying that on the invoice it quite categorically says in bold letters imperfect goods. But then, having read their terms of engagement, terms and conditions, it essentially says that the goods are of good quality and they have a guarantee for 1 year.
Did you know that you'd purchased goods that were described as imperfect?
It was not mentioned to me at the point of sale, and to be very honest, when I paid for the settees, I didn't actually notice on the invoice quite boldly printed imperfect goods. You know, so I just don't know whether the Consumer Act has a different.
Well, it depends, really. It depends, because it just sounds as if it's a bit ambiguous. If you, for example, had gone into a furniture shop and they had a sofa that had a tiny bit of the leather that had a bit of a colour imperfection.
Sure.
Then if they then sell you that sofa with a bit of a discount because of the colour imperfection, then of course it would be unreasonable for you to then get the sofa and say, oh, hang on, I don't like the colour. There's this colour imperfection here. I want my money back. At that point, they'd say, well, sorry, but it clearly says that you've purchased the product. You knew of the colour imperfection at the point of purchase. We haven't misled you. It's absolutely fine. You've got to put up with the goods.
Yes, I understand.
Unless they had stated, you are buying a sofa that has a faulty mechanism, and I can't understand why you would have bought a sofa that had a faulty mechanism, then it's unreasonable to turn around to you now it's got a faulty mechanism and say, oh, well, you knew you were buying a sofa that had a faulty mechanism. It doesn't describe that in the description, does it? It seems to say imperfect goods. I mean, I think it would have been very sensible for you to ask what that meant.
Yes, but I didn't.
No.
But on the other hand, Jonathan, when they replaced the existing settee with a brand new one, I would have thought that didn't deem it to be imperfect because it came sort of all wrapped up straight from the factory.
Well, yes, quite. I think what I would be inclined to do, and I don't know if you need my help at this stage, because am I taking it that they're coming out to repair it, but you ideally would like to reject the goods? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they are coming to assess the situation, and then they will send me a report or a letter saying that they need to take the settee away and for it to be repaired at their workshop. My concern is that we've had two different settees with exactly the same faults developed within a space of 7-8 months.
Yes.
And there is no guarantee that the fault will not occur again in the future.
No, and I think I would revert to my earlier advice to you that I would write a letter to the company and say, I absolutely understand that you're going to take away the furniture and repair it. And I hope that this will then provide a permanent solution to this problem. Yeah. However, I'm not happy because I've already had the problem once. You replaced the sofa with a brand new sofa. The brand new sofa has now developed the same fault with the same mechanism. At no point, and I think it's worth putting in writing, at no point, either before the sale or after the sale, did anybody advise me that I was purchasing a product that had a defective mechanism when it comes to the recliner operation of this chair. Had I been made aware of that, I would never have gone ahead with the purchase. I think it's worth just putting something like that in writing as well.
Yeah.
But I would be inclined to give them the opportunity now. Are they giving you a loan sofa while they're repairing yours?
Well, at the moment, they are just coming on Friday to assess the situation, and then there will be further discussions, I hope, between us, and that they will give me a loan sofa whilst repair it. But I mean that sounds sensible.
I think that's the way that I would approach it, and be reasonable, and hope that they will also be reasonable. If there is any kind of question mark over that actually happening, then please come back to me.
Okay.
But I think let's wait and see. Before I go in at this stage, I think it's a good idea for you to try and resolve this in an amicable way with them first of all, but make it quite clear that you do expect this repair to be a permanent repair. You don't want them just to bodge it up, get it back to you and then wash their hands of it. Now, Steve's car broke down while he was doing volunteering work during the pandemic. He called out his breakdown service on the way home after a shift, and a subcontractor came out to pick him up.
We work on an ambulance when we take people home or to the next level of care, or sometimes even take them into hospital. It alleviates some of that pressure on the NHS, but it's all voluntary work we do. That's when the problem occurred. I called my breakdown firm, mentioned to them, because I've got a Mazda 3, it's standard, it's not been changed, altered or lowered at all, anything like that, but it's got a low frontage on the car. He said, yeah, it'll be fine, and didn't really. He was quite a little bit dismissive, you might say, about that. That's fine. Then he loaded it, and sure enough, me and my partner both heard it scrape on both sides slightly. I checked the front of the car, and sure enough, I got two small gouges in both sides of the front of it underneath. It bothered me because I warned them about the risk of this before they did it. It's not really fair that you've caused damage to someone's property and you're not taking responsibility for that, and which is what's happened. They've not even looked at the video, they've walked away from anything I submitted and actually taken any responsibility, which I think is, for me, disgusting.
Well, Steve was obviously really unhappy about all of this. I promised him that I would call the company that he has a contract with to try and resolve the matter, and I'm pleased to say Steve's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Steve.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. How are you, sir?
Hello, Steve. Right, now, as you know, I went off to have a word with the company. They came back. I'll just kind of briefly run through what they said. And I should just also point out, if anybody who's listening in front of a phone or their computer wants to have a look at the video I'm about to describe, I've tweeted it. It's on my Twitter page, the official JVS. You'll find it on there, and you'll see Steve's car coming off this ramp, where Steve says it demonstrates that the underside of his front bumper was damaged by the ramp of the recovery vehicle. So you can check out that video and have a little look, and then you'll know exactly what we're talking about. The company said that the incident in question happened on the 1st of September. You'd called with your vehicle going to limp mode, and it was decided that a straight vehicle recovery was the best course of action. We instructed one of our leading agent partners to assist. They attended the scene, as they do on hundreds of cases, for us within their operating area. The first vehicle in attendance would have struggled to have safely transported the vehicle due to the skirt/splitter being so low, albeit we understand this was not an aftermarket modification. As a result, and at our cost, we instructed a secondary recovery agent suitable to the transportation of Steve's vehicle. Steve alleged that some damage was made to his vehicle as per our service agreement. Both with our client and with all of our recovery agents, any damages are a matter between the customer and the recovering agent. They then sent over a response from the subcontractor, in effect saying, "We don't believe we've damaged your car." They went on to say Steve was clearly unhappy with the final response, hence he came to your programme. They then go on to say how many happy customers they have. As far as they're concerned, they've reviewed the video footage. They don't believe that their subcontractor damaged the car. He did say, and this is worth just reading this particular bit, because this was quite important. The complaint was overseen and managed by one of my senior staff within the company, and upon review has been dealt with correctly, albeit, depending on the monetary costs, I may have considered settling to assist the member if I had seen sight of this before now. He then goes on to say, but I've now seen the video and I don't think that we caused the damage, so end of. That was kind of their response, wasn't it? Now, you came back to me yesterday and said, well, the thing is, I've got a video. You said, OK, the video that they are looking at, which is a video recorded by the recovery company from the back of their truck, does not show the damage. But you said the damage was caused much lower down the vehicle when it was first being put on to the ramp. And you had a video taken by your wife showing the vehicle being reversed back off, where you clearly see the point of contact between the underside of the bumper and the ramp of the recovery truck. And as I say, that video is now on my Twitter page for anyone to check out if they want to go onto the official JVS. You can have a look at it and see exactly what we're talking about. And indeed, Steve, when I saw that video, it does look to me as if the underside of the bumper does indeed make contact with that ramp. So it's a very useful exercise getting that video yesterday. I've sent that over to the guy that I'm dealing with at the recovery company. He came back with this. Whilst the video is not definitive, it is conceivable that this small scrape was caused by the low splitter whilst dismounting from the recovery vehicle. I would in this case ask for the fixed cost, which shouldn't be more than £50, and given the toing and froing, would be prepared to reimburse Steve for this sum and seek repayment from the subcontractor myself. So he's agreed to pay 50 quid towards the repair of the car.
Right, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I haven't had any quotes done as yet, so it's something I'd need to do, obviously.
Right, okay. Well, I think, I would be surprised if the repair was 50 quid, to be honest. In my experience, repairing car bodywork, even little kind of scrapes on car bodywork, can be quite expensive. So
that's what I'm thinking.
I would be surprised, but I think the fact that he has moved now and has said that he would be prepared to pay the £50, it depends, doesn't it? If you can find... Because, look, we also have to be realistic, Steve. This is the underside of the bumper. Yeah. So it's not as if this is right in the middle of the bonnet of a car or right on one of the doors or a very noticeable place. This is the underside of the front bumper. And to be honest, unless you got down on the floor and stuck your head up underneath it, you probably wouldn't even notice it. Now, I know it's a matter of principle, and I totally get that, and lots of my listeners completely agree with you on that issue, that this is a matter of principle. Your car wasn't damaged when this company came to collect you. It was as a result of them coming to collect you, so therefore they are to blame for the problem. I completely understand that. But I think what I'm kind of saying to you is, if you could find a body shop that can repair the scuff mark in a cost-effective way that doesn't involve, a complete respray of the whole front of your car, and if that will come in for about 50 quid, then surely that is the best way of proceeding with this in a kind of reasonable and amicable way, yeah?
It would make sense. I mean, like I say, you're quite right. Any sort of smart repairs and that always cost more than that. £50 would be the very base level, wouldn't it? But I mean, I agree with you. The damage is underneath. What I would say is the video of the car reversing off. If you remember the video where you got back at the cab where it went on a lot faster than that, as you could tell. But when they took it off very, very gingerly. So that even then it caught. So that's why the damage was mainly done when it was taken up onto the ramp.
Mm-hmm. But of course, and I completely understand that. The slight problem is we haven't got a video of that. We've got a video of the car very gingerly being reversed off. Yep. Now, look, I mean, if you use common sense, whatever comes off the back of that recovery truck had to go on the back of the recovery truck. So it is, and if you just work on the basis that the vehicle on 2 occasions came into contact with the ramp, and on 2 occasions, both going on and then coming off, came into contact with it and caused the scrape, then I think it's safe to say that that damage was caused when the vehicle was put on the back of that recovery truck. So, as far as I'm concerned, the evidence is supportive of yours. What I would say, if this repair comes in considerably more, I don't necessarily think that this man is going to simply be prepared to pay up without a fight. Now, I'm not telling you should shy away from that fight, but I think what I'm trying to suggest is if we can find a way of repairing the car in a decent way for the 50 quid, I think I would go for that.
Right, okay. So, because I'm away at the moment, first holiday this year, but I'm back a week on Saturday.
Yeah.
So I could arrange for somebody to come round probably a week on Monday and just have it give me a quote for what sort of estimate there would be, because I do know some smart repair places.
Okay, that's fine. What I'll do, I'll email him back. I'll say, thanks very much indeed for reviewing the video. At this stage, you would like to source some quotes before you come back to him and either accept or reject his offer.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? Absolutely.
I think so, yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, let's leave it there. Francis was due to get married in May of this year, but because of coronavirus, it was postponed until September the 10th. But because of government restrictions on group size, well, Francis and her fiancé decided to postpone it again. The venue has offered another date for next year, a Saturday in October of next year. But Francis says, no, we don't want to put it off to that kind of length of time. We don't know if we want to be marrying at that time. So to be honest, we'd rather just cancel it. Have the £4,700. We'll have that back now. There's just too much uncertainty in terms of waiting until next year, she said.
Me and my fiancé are really keen to move forward and start a family. So the plan was always to get married, obviously in May, and then, start a family. So we really don't want to have to rebook again and commit to a date. We just want to close this off now, get our refund back, and come back to it down the line. But they've said that, as per their contract, we're not going to give you a refund. You either take one of our options or basically you lose your deposit. We signed some terms and conditions. There's nothing in there that states anything about this. The only thing they've got is the obligations, so circumstances beyond its reasonable control, for example, obviously government intervention, then the client, the liability to the client should be no greater than the amount paid by the client in respect of the function. So that's all we've got in there, and we're not asking for any more back. We're just asking for our deposit back.
Well, the question is she entitled to the deposit back? Obviously, Frances signed up to a contract and there are terms and conditions associated with it. We wanted to have a little look through and see what it said. Frances back on the JVS show now. Hello, Frances.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello. Right now, I know Tara had a little look at the terms and conditions, and I think you sought some legal advice as well on this, Tara. What's going on?
I did. That did make sense, because Frances sent me over the terms and conditions that she originally signed, and then also the amendment to those terms and conditions because of coronavirus, and this was called Event Postponement Amendment. So what I thought I'd do is that I'd send both the T's and C's and the amended T's and C's over to Sean Kirk from Bawtry Solicitors.
Oh, and Sean's here now. Hello, Sean.
Hello.
Thank you for having a look at this for us. So you've gone through the terms and conditions. Obviously, Frances wants to know, can she cancel and have a full refund of everything she's paid or not?
The terms and conditions, they do state on the original contract, clause 4, that they will retain the £1,000 non-refundable deposit. The amended terms, which Frances signed, do give the venue the option to offer an amended date as well. So the starting point is that I know she's paid about £4,000-5,000, that they can't retain all of that. The starting point is that they can, under the contract, retain the £1,000 deposit. The problem is with coronavirus, this has thrown up all new sorts of scenarios and legislation, and the current guidance from the Competition and Markets Authority is that if a wedding or any such event is cancelled due to coronavirus, then you can look at this, an old act, Law Reform Frustrated Contracts Act 1943. You can look at that act and ask for a full refund. However, the government guidance in respect to refunds, particularly in respect to wedding business, is that a wedding venue can retain a certain amount of money, which represents expenses that it has incurred. So I doubt she's going to get the £4,000. My advice to her is to ask for the full refund. If they refuse, then under that act, she needs to ask them to set out, well, what expenses have you actually incurred, and what are those costs in respect to those expenses. Provide me with a full breakdown, and then we'll have the chat.
Now, have you actually asked them yet at this point, Frances, for the full refund? And if so, how much of the £4,700 have they already agreed to?
Yes, so I have asked for the refund, and they've said that they're going to be keeping it all.
So they're not prepared to give any? Well, that's from what you're saying, Sean, that's simply unreasonable. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, it's completely unacceptable.
So they've got to give at least £3,700 of the £4,700 back.
Yes.
As per the contract, and then the other £1,000. Well, there's a question mark over how much of that they're entitled to keep.
Yes, because they'd have to highlight that there's been legitimate expenses incurred in respect to that £1,000. So it's money they've paid out in respect of arranging that wedding.
Right. Okay. And have they given any kind of explanation to you, Frances, as to why they feel it's perfectly within their rights to hang on to the full amount?
They just said, as per our contract, we'll be keeping the deposit monies. They've said that as most other couples have been happy to postpone, that's why they don't want to give us the deposit back.
Well, just because other couples may have decided to postpone does not then alter the terms and conditions of a contract.
Exactly.
But you have. I mean, it's nothing to do with anybody else, is it?
Exactly. Yes, and we've gone back quite a few times to question this, but we're not getting anywhere.
No, I have seen Francis's email trail, and she has been in touch with them on a number of occasions about this.
Well, it sounds as if it would be beneficial for us now to go and have a word with them, armed with some of the legalese that we've heard from Sean, so we can express exactly to them why, in fact, it would be far better for them just to resolve this issue rather than allowing it to get to a stage where solicitors become involved. I think that's probably the best thing to do at this stage, and we'll see what happens. I mean, Francis, what's your reaction to the fact that you're definitely entitled, as per the contract, to at least 3,700 of the 4,700 back?
Really, really, really pleased, because obviously, it's quite a large amount of money, especially in these difficult times. I'm so pleased.
Right. Okay. Well, listen, Sean, thank you very much indeed, as always, for going through this contract with your legal eyes in and giving us all that information. We will go and have a little word with them. If we need anything further, we'll obviously come back to you. But thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Happy to help.
Thank you. There's Sean Kirk, who's a solicitor with Bawtrees Solicitors. Francis, leave it with us. We'll go and have a little word, and we'll speak to you as soon as we've got some news back from them, OK? Phil has been taking photos at a nature reserve for the last 5 years. And when he goes, he parks his car in a quiet spot that other people have been using, well, for many, many, many years, Phil says. So you can imagine his surprise when he returned to his car one day to find something rather unusual on the windscreen.
Lots of people have been getting notices on their car in what's listed by the people who run the reserve as a parking bay, warning notices from the local authority. If you continue to park here in future, you'll get fined, is the essence of it. I've heard from people since that it's not just this location. They seem to be suggesting that they need to clamp down on parking due to COVID to protect the local residents. Well, there are no residents in the area. But I really can't, I think it's being a bit overzealous, and it brings up the wider question of where we are allowed to park in the county.
Yes, well, obviously Phil wants to know, can he still leave his car there, or is he going to come back to it one day to find either a parking ticket or, it's been towed away? He doesn't want any of that. Well, we've been off to try and shed some light on all of this. Phil's back on the JVS. Hello, Phil.
Hello.
Hello. Right, Tara, what's the council had to say? Because I know you've spoken to them.
I have indeed, yes. And I've got a statement for you, and this is from Transport for Buckinghamshire. So, obviously, Phil had discussed the fact that it wasn't just him, it was other people who had got this issue as well in different sites around the county. Now, this is their response. So, increased parking around Aston Hill and Coombe Hill, and it was specifically Aston Hill for you, wasn't it? It was the rag pits.
Yes.
Yeah. So the increased parking around these two areas after lockdown had resulted in blocked roads and driveways in surrounding areas. An advisory notice process was implemented across the county as the best way to monitor and encourage parking habits while successfully limiting changes to highway restrictions and ensuring roads are safe for all road users. Even though some vehicles had managed to park off the main road in areas that had become known as parking bays, it had a knock-on effect with cars that had followed suit but parked on the road itself. Unfortunately, this meant that emergency vehicles especially would not be able to safely navigate these locations and potentially putting residents and leisure users at risk. Other areas being used for parking in these locations are not bays but verges that had become worn, so a blanket warning was decided so that numbers could be monitored and to try to encourage the use of the car parks available or areas elsewhere. It then goes on to say, because there are some issues that this all kind of raises as we go along, it goes on to say, as the areas have now started to return to normal usage, the warnings will be relaxed. However, in some locations, more permanent restrictions may be introduced.
Right.
So, so it was, there's an explanation in there, but but I've seen the pictures of where you parked, Phil, and it was quite a long lay-by, and obviously the nature reserve itself, that was the area that they were saying people could park.
Oh, indeed,
and they'd been parking there for quite a while.
Does their statement continue, or is that it?
Well, because I got back to them, because I was thinking, well, this doesn't say to me whether or not Phil can legitimately park there again.
I can hear a whole load of words.
And not get a ticket. Yeah.
I can hear a whole load of words, but not actually the answer to the important question. Am I going to return to my car to find out you've slapped a ticket on the windscreen?
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to know. So I was interested that the idea that it was said that warnings are going to be relaxed in certain areas. So how can motorists like Phil know that they can park their car in the usual spot without receiving a fine? Is that one of the areas where the warning notices are being relaxed? And actually, I also wanted to know if Transport for Bucks were going to put notices up in these areas, and is it likely that areas where restrictions will be lifted will include the rag pits? You know, because we just needed some actual clarity so we could give you a proper answer, Phil. And this is what you got. As the problem in this specific location has reduced, Transport for Buckinghamshire have stopped the warnings. Other locations are still of concern, already do have signs and or cones while we decide if more permanent restrictions are needed.
Right.
So if there are cones, don't park there, Phil. But if there aren't, where you've parked for 5 or so years now, Aston Clinton, I keep wanting to say Aston Clinton pit rags, which is totally
don't say that.
So anyway, that's hence the stumbling. You can park there. I said, are you going to receive a fine if you park there? And I got the response that they have been relaxed.
Yes, it sounds then as if you're off the hook with where you leave your car, Phil. An awful lot of words to say that, but I think we got there eventually.
Eventually.
Yeah.
It was an email trail that spanned about 6 emails.
Blimey. Right, okay, so I can understand it because I know during the lockdown, certain areas, certain beauty spots became a magnet for people kind of turning up in force and leaving their cars parked all over the place. And you can understand if once people see a group of people parked in a lay-by and then they think, oh, well, I'll just leave my car on the road a bit further up. And before you know it, you might have a situation where the road is pretty blocked. Then you can understand that the council would want to get on top of that. But it sounds as if these were really kind of warnings that at the time they were just seeing what would happen, and they've obviously decided in that particular bit where you park your car they're not going to take any further action, which is good news.
And hopefully in the other areas where they do decide to have permanent restrictions in place, people will have ample warning of that, because I can imagine it would be slightly frustrating to come down to your car at a site where you've parked legitimately for a number of years to find a warning on there with no preamble.
But you see,
it was a warning.
Surely they would have to put signs up anyway. So that there would have to be, before they can start giving people fines, surely they would have to put clear signage up at the side of the road to make it clear if you park on that particular stretch of road, you are going to come back and find your car has got a ticket on it. Because if they don't have clear signage, they would be leaving themselves open to all kinds of complaints from unhappy motorists.
I mean, let's face it could be a windy day and a note could fly off your windscreen, not realising that you'd been given a warning. The next time you went, you didn't know, you couldn't have anticipated that you might have received a fine that time. I'm just putting it out there, Jonathan.
Okay. All right, listen, Phil, the good news is it sounds as if you're off the hook and you'll be able to park your car there. So please just monitor the situation. We will keep all of that correspondence in a vault somewhere, it sounds like. We're going to have to buy a new filing cabinet, I think, to keep all that lot in. And we'll obviously have it there. If you need, if you do, for whatever reason, return to your car and find there's a dirty great ticket slapped on the windscreen, come back to us and we can provide you with all that information where they're not going to ticket you, all right?
Last Friday, I went to do a shop. I live semi-rural, so generally speaking, I do a large shop and put some stuff in my garage. So I went down to one of my favourite supermarkets, and everything was fine as regards sanitizer, trolleys, well displayed outside the store, lots of it. Then I went to another supermarket, which was nearby, which was also very, very well organised, clear at the door. Came out of there, bought my essentials that I like to buy there. And then finally, I went to another supermarket.
Oh, blimey. You do all this? So you go from supermarket to supermarket to supermarket?
Well, normally I only do 2, but I just happened to have to do 3 that day.
Right.
And
what a faff.
when you're semi-rural, that's what happens sometimes. Anyway, as I went in the last supermarket, there was nothing outside the store, and it was to the right, quite a way in the store, and when I looked at what was available, there was only one small bottle of sanitizer, about the size of a woman's shampoo bottle, and there was 1 inch of sanitizer in the bottom. And this supermarket is huge, and there were lots and lots of people going out, in and out. 1 roll of paper available. So I thought, this is just not on. So as I was walking around the fruit and veg, I asked if I could speak to the manager, and I was quite surprised that he did appear quite quickly. And his attitude was so laid back, he just couldn't have cared less. And in the end, I just said, look, I'm sorry, but this is putting profit before people. And, this has got really serious now. You need to improve things. Anyway, 45 minutes later, when I left, there was 1 more bottle of shampoo size. Not a vat, not a big pump action thing. So I came home and gave you a call, and that's the end of it, really.
So did you feel when you were inside the store, the last supermarket, did you feel as if they were doing all they could to keep their customers safe, or did you go into that supermarket and feel as if coronavirus had all just vanished?
More or less, yes.
I have seen this. I'm staying away from shops, to be honest. Much to the annoyance, I'm sure, of many people listening to this programme who work in retail. I've just had 1 or 2 bad experiences where I've gone into shops and they've removed all their... I went into a convenience shop the other day. They've removed their one-way system. They've removed all the markings they had on the floor, telling people to keep distance. It was as if they've kind of packed up on coronavirus and gone home. As if it's all over. What the hell's wrong with people?
The thing is, I happen to be 74 years of age, and a lot of older people do not want to they find it too much of a fag, and you probably can't get a slot anyway, to do the online shopping. So a lot of older people who are the most vulnerable actually go into the supermarkets, because a lot of people, I am not one of them, they don't even know how to use a computer. So they're forced into the supermarkets, and the fact that there's not enough, it's the fact that it wasn't accessible at the front of the store, where there is a portico which is completely covered, so it could have been outside. I'm not saying that they don't clean the trolleys, I'm sure they do, but it's a question of the sanitizer being available for everyone.
Sorry, why would you be sure, if they have gone to such little effort elsewhere, what on earth would make you think that they're bothering to clean the trolleys? I would assume they're not.
I have seen somebody on a previous occasion outside cleaning the trolley handles. I didn't look for that this time. Basically, and I have actually written an email to the CEO of this particularly large supermarket, and I have had no reply, and it was not returned. It went. It didn't get returned to me. I've marked it as urgent.
Well, I would be more than happy to contact this particular supermarket and ask why this particular branch seem to be so relaxed and aren't going to enough effort to look after their customers. Regarding you, Elizabeth...
Oh, one more thing. The particular supermarket does serve a 10-mile radius. And the profits they made during lockdown were absolutely ginormous.
Well, I'm sure they were.
A 10-mile radius, so you can imagine the number of people going in and out. That's what really got me with the size of the bottle.
You need to look after yourself, Elizabeth. And if you're a member of my family, I would be saying to you, you had a good experience in the first 2 supermarkets. You felt as if they were doing everything they could to help their shoppers be safe. If you're a member of my family, I would be saying, can you try and avoid going in that 3rd one then? If they're not going to look after you, just stick to the supermarkets that are actually looking after you.
Well, the first 2 were more expensive, and I did say to the manager at the last one, why should I shop here? I said, why? You tell me why I should shop here. And he just couldn't have cared less. I said, if you can't protect us, why should I shop here?
Well, it's extremely frustrating to hear this story, and I know with my team, I think, Tara, you go into supermarkets, don't you?
Yeah, I go into quite a small one, which is probably about 3 miles away from my house, and it's absolutely on the way home. And all the way through, they've been really vigilant. I felt safe in there. I also use one of their apps to go round the supermarket aisles.
Yeah.
They still have somebody. I think the other day they didn't have somebody in the reception area, but as I was going into the supermarket, they went back there.
Mm-hmm.
But they're very good at saying, can you wait? You go in, you wait till somebody else has gone out before they allow you enter into the store, and they still maintain the one-way system. And I think because it's smaller as well, you're more aware for the staff, maybe, if there are too many people coming into the store. And it's worked well, and I like that.
That's good.
I won't go into some big ones,
no.
because I don't see it happening.
No. And didn't you go into a supermarket yesterday, and a whole load of people weren't bothering to wear face coverings?
No, I was actually really shocked about people not wearing face coverings, especially with the new regulations that come in today. Because I don't understand it. As far as I'm concerned, if a new regulation has been given out by the government on the advice of their health officials, I don't see there being an excuse as to why, because we've all got access to face masks now, I don't see there being a particularly great excuse as to why they're going to wait to the day that it has to be implemented. If it's been made clear that they want people to do it by a certain date and you already know about it, why aren't you wearing them as soon as you find out?
Well, exactly. I mean, the simple fact is, people, we can vote with our feet, and if you feel as if a supermarket is not looking after you, if they're not doing their bit, if they're not making sure that customers are wearing face coverings, if they're not making sure sanitisers there and their trolleys are clean, and if they've all removed all their one-way system and it's almost as if they've given up, vote with your feet. Go and do your shopping somewhere where they do look after you. Listen, Elizabeth, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word with this company and find out why you had that experience. Okay? Now, Pippa went to a murder experience and she just absolutely loved it. She said it was so much fun that she decided to book another one. She paid £71.35 for a ticket for 2 people. Pippa had a question to ask the venue, so she gave them a call.
I'm hard of hearing, so I rang the hotel to ask whether they had a hearing loop installed in the main room where it was going to be, only to be told that actually it had been cancelled last year and wasn't going to happen. So I then went online only to find that actually it is going to happen on the 18th of March. It's going to be in a tent. It's going to cost £28.50 and doesn't include a meal. Though there are food outlets in the tent, I understand.
So, as far as Pippa was concerned, the experience was nothing like the experience she thought she was going to have. The £71.35 a ticket, that was times 2. So each person was £71.35. Pippa's back on the JVS now. Hello, Pippa.
Hi.
Hello, Pippa. Now, I know
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. I know you were very, very concerned about this, and as far as you were concerned, you didn't want to go to this experience in a tent. It wasn't what you thought you were going to get. You wanted to cancel, you wanted to get your money back, but the company were not very accommodating, were they?
No, not at all. Very unhelpful.
And I know that we've been trying to speak to them, and we've also been communicating with your credit card company, because thankfully you paid for the tickets on a credit card, and anybody that is a regular listener to my programme will know I'm always banging on about the importance of paying by credit card. The reason being, when you book something or pay for something in a shop on a credit card, as long as the total cost of the item or the service or whatever it is you're paying for is over £100, you are covered by the Consumer Credit Act. I think it's 1975. And the Consumer Credit Act of 1975 means that the credit card company is jointly liable with the retailer. So, for example, if you go and buy a television from an electrical retailer, if you pay for that television, let's say it costs £500, if you pay for it on a credit card, if the retailer goes bust and your television then breaks 3 or 4 months later, you simply go back to the credit card company and say, I have a contract with you for this TV, it's broken, the retailer's not available anymore, I want my money back. and the credit card company will be liable to sort things out for you and, if necessary, to give you a refund. So it really does give you an added level of protection. So we've been speaking to your credit card company about getting your money back, because I think, Tara, if my memory serves me correctly, the company concerned, the Murder Mystery Company, weren't terribly keen on giving Pippa her money back themselves.
No, it was a little bit frustrating, really, because their initial response was that, well, actually, we did send Pippa an email to tell her that the venue had changed. And we said in that email that if you want a refund, contact us. However, Pippa said she never received that email. She went through her email list and couldn't find it anywhere, and also couldn't find it in her junk email file either. So she's absolutely adamant she hadn't received any notification of this, but as such, as she hadn't claimed for a refund, it meant that she was automatically put forward for this new venue where there was going to be an issue with the hearing loop and that kind of thing. So Pippa didn't want to go for that.
And in a tent.
Yeah, and in a tent, and it was, I think it was February time, wasn't it? And then of course we had coronavirus come in, and we'd left it with Pippa that she was going to go to her credit card company. Now, due to due diligence, we spent quite a long time as we built up to resuming the consumer programme, going back through all our open cases that were the older cases. So I phoned Pippa a couple of weeks before we restarted this programme to find out what the situation was and whether or not she'd managed to get that £142.70 back by making an application using the
Section 75.
Section 75.
Yeah.
And I was a bit disappointed to find out that Pippa had applied, but she'd been rejected. So I thought I'd see the letter sent from the credit card company to find out exactly on what grounds they had rejected her. And it didn't actually say what the reasons were. So I got in touch with them to find out why, because we were quite surprised that they hadn't actually given her the 142.70. And I got a response from them.
What have they said?
OK, so this is the John Lewis Partnership card, and they sent us a statement to say, we were sorry to hear that Pippa had difficulty seeking a refund for these tickets, but we were unable to process her claim as the terms and conditions of the sale of these tickets stated that they were non-refundable at the point of purchase. However, we recognise the disappointment that this will have caused, and as a result are in the process of resolving this with Pippa, including providing her with a goodwill gesture. So I went back to Pippa and said, OK, Pippa, what have you heard?
Have you heard from them?
In fact, in the covering letter which arrived a little while later, it implies that they have credited me with £14,270. But I presume that's just a typing error because I haven't received that.
So have they given you a full refund?
Yes, they have. They have, and but the letter that they say is, I'm pleased to say that a refund has been received for the above amount, and that this will appear on your next statement, which indeed it does. But the implication from that is that they have been in touch with the company that were putting on the murder trials, and that they've got it back from them. It's not clear. But, I mean, it doesn't matter because I've got my money back, and I am extremely grateful to you and your programme and all the people who've worked to get it for me.
That is, of course, the most important thing, Pippa. However, I do find it pretty frustrating that John Lewis seemed to be suggesting that the reason why they weren't prepared for you to put in a Section 75 claim was because the terms and conditions of the purchase of the ticket said that the ticket was non-refundable. Well, I'm sorry, but that completely and utterly brushes over the fact that the original contract that you entered into with this company was for a completely different experience to the experience that it transpired you were going to get. So I don't understand how the credit card company at any stage would then be able to say, well, we don't owe you that money back. Listen, to be honest, though, we're arguing over something that we don't need to argue over because they've now agreed that they're going to give you all that money back. And I presume...
I'm very grateful to your programme.
I presume it's showing up on your card.
Yes.
Great.
Absolutely.
Okay. Lovely. Well, we will thank them very much indeed. We will give John Lewis the horn. Thank you for doing this. It's another reminder to everybody that you really must pay by credit card whenever anything costs over £100. It really is. You don't have to get in debt. You pay the bill off the very same day. You don't need to get yourself in debt, but it does give you an added level of protection. Tara, thank you. And John Lewis.
Jonathan, how
Hello,
are you?
Fiona. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Fiona. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so I'll start from... So basically, I am calling on behalf of my sister, just so you're aware. She works full-time, whereas I'm part-time, so I can be on the phone to speak to you. So 2018, October 2018, she had a driveway installed in her brand-new home. Everything was going fine. The driveway is fine. There's no problems with it. However, this year... the council came round due to another private matter that she was having something done in her house, and they actually told her that the driveway was in breach because it didn't have any drainage. So obviously we went straight back to the company with that, because as far as we're concerned, when the company quoted her for the driveway, on the terms and conditions underneath the quote, it says that it meets all regulations of local council as and when needed. So when we went back to them and confronted them with that, she basically said that a discussion had taken place 2 years previously with my sister and the gentleman who was laying the the driveway, and that a discount had been discussed if she left the drainage out. Now, unfortunately, that is actually just a lie. That discussion never took place. What actually happened is when we got the quote, my sister asked if it could be rounded down to 4,000.
Fiona, I don't know what your signal is only just clinging on. Could you just move near a window or somewhere so I can make sure I can hear you clearly, please?
Can you hear me now?
That's better. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So where did we get up to? Sorry.
So you were saying in effect that the company were maintaining that they'd had a conversation with your sister. And your sister had said, in effect, in order to get a bargain price, don't bother with the drainage?
Yeah,
but you're
totally
saying that's
untrue.
not true. Yeah, okay.
No, all that she asked for was if the price could be rounded down to 4,000 because it was 3,400 plus VAT, which would have took it over to 4,080 something pound. So that was also via a message that my sister still has. It simply says, "Can you round it down to 4,000, please?" And that's it. So basically that's where we're at. Been toing and throwing with them, but they're just refusing. What she has said is, as a gesture of goodwill, she will put draining in now for additional cost of £350 plus VAT, which I think is totally unfair because it should have been there in the first place. There was no discussion of any removal of drainage. And I also said to her, if that was the case, why isn't it on the quote that it was discussed and then removed and the price adjusted accordingly?
But even so, surely any reputable company would not be prepared to create a driveway for a customer that was in contravention of the local planning laws. And if drainage is a requirement, and I'm not aware of this requirement for drainage, but I presume the council felt that there should have been drainage as part of the building of the driveway, then any reputable company would simply turn around to a customer, even if they had said, well, I don't want the drainage, they would say, well, I'm sorry, I can't do the job then.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's because the driveway is at a slant. They did say you can either have drainage or a porous material. And obviously they sent an officer out to check and it's not porous material, so it does require the drainage. So, yeah, I agree with you on that, hence the reason that I got in contact with you.
And this company, I don't want anything to identify who they are, but this company, is this a good, reputable local building firm?
Yes, they've been around for a very long time. And, you know, I listen to your show all the time, so I remember discussing it with my sister. Unfortunately, our mum passed away, so it wasn't something that they discussed together, so I was there to support her. And she got a few quotes, and they were one of the most expensive ones, so it wasn't like she wanted a cheap job. You know, she wanted it done properly.
It's just very, very important when you're dealing with any jobs like driveways, landscaping of gardens, etc. It's just very, very important that you make sure that you're using a good, proper, reputable firm that you can contact for some time afterwards. Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and let's go and have a little word. I think it sounds like I need to call whoever runs this company this afternoon.
That could be the
thank
case,
you so
Jonathan.
much.
I think so. Right, I'm passing back to Tara now, Fiona. Hang on there, please. Tom, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tom, you have a consumer issue, I gather. Tell me all about it without naming any company names. Let's see what we can do.
Well, I have a concern. I'm a minister of religion in the broadest sense, a vicar in the church, and I have been working like many other ministers and celebrants quite hard, very sadly at the moment, doing an awful lot of funerals. And one of the things I've become aware of is that a local council has written to all the undertakers in the area, threatening them with a £10,000 fine if they do not adhere to the rules, the new rules that are coming in of a maximum of 30 people. And in particular in this local crematorium, it's actually down to 20 because of the size of the chapel. Now, I think the rules are absolutely essential, and I absolutely understand and believe that they are totally necessary to protect people and help us all through this virus. But the thing I find concerning and unacceptable is the threat to undertakers who are already overstretched and working incredibly hard, that they themselves will be liable for the fine if they do not make sure the families comply. And I don't think that they have that within their gift or within their means to do that.
I guess the question, though, is if the undertakers don't do it, if the undertakers don't do the policing of how many people are turning up at a funeral, then who would?
Well, it's a question of logistics. So an undertaker can tell a family, and every family is very different, as we all know. We're all in families who are different. And sometimes families will ignore advice and insistence by undertakers. Sometimes they will deliberately ignore that. And then it becomes very, very difficult for an undertaker to police that. The logistics of it are that when you're at the crematorium, the job of the undertaker is to look after the family and to make sure that the coffin in a dignified way gets into the chapel and that those who are meant to be there are seated appropriately. If other people choose to turn up and the family invite too many people, even though they've been told not to, then I don't think it's fair that the undertaker should bear the burden of that fine that's being pushed in their direction.
But wouldn't the undertaker at that point, so if, for example, the undertaker has said to the family, just to advise you, if you weren't aware already, because of the government restrictions, only 30 people will be able to attend this funeral. If then suddenly on the day 40 people turn up, then wouldn't the funeral director, the undertaker, wouldn't they then say to the family, look, I'm sorry, but you're not allowed 40 people in. You're only allowed 30 people in, and we're going to have to say that you can't have 10 people in here because otherwise we're going to get the fine of £10,000.
I think that's a possibility when it's 10 people, but the situation that I'm aware of, and the situation that I have become aware of on a number of occasions, is very large families tend to ignore that, and it's not an extra 10 people, it's an extra 50 people. And on the day of a funeral, when you've got 40 minutes in the crematorium in your slot to, in a very dignified way, get your service going, it's just not physically possible for an undertaker to enforce that particular rule. If the rule needs enforcing, and I believe it does need enforcing, and it should be enforced, then I think that's got to be the responsibility of the council who run the crematorium to make sure provision is there for a member of staff at the crematorium to make sure that that rule is enforced. And because it ultimately is the responsibility of the council in that context to make sure that that happens.
But of course, and I understand that, so it would be better for the council to oversee their own crematoria and to make sure that people are not coming in to those buildings in larger numbers than 30 for funerals. I accept that. But then surely there are lots of funerals that don't involve going to a crematorium. And you would, for example, as a vicar, I presume there are times when you would bury people in your church ground, in your graveyard. Who should oversee that, and who should police that?
Well, in terms of who comes into the building, it's very easy that the clergy and the church wardens and the verger can police that. And I can be very clear with the family and say, look, that is the rule, and I'm not letting more than these people in. And if I think it's likely that there's going to be trouble, then I can ask for a list of names. I have had funerals where, it's been beyond my control, and people have turned up outside in numbers. They've been distanced and they've been sensible, and this was some time ago when things were a little lighter on gatherings, but nevertheless it's very, very difficult to police. I had actually at that particular situation informed the local police and asked for them to come and potentially be on hand to help, and they were very useful for that, just being a presence there. But it's a difficult thing to police, I'm not denying that, but it is essential that it's enforced, but I do not believe it's the responsibility of the undertakers themselves to be the people who do that enforcing. We've all got to work together to do it, but I don't believe that the only people who should be told that they're going to be fined if they don't are the people organising the funeral. I think that's unfair.
Do you know if the undertakers that you work with have contacted this council to complain and to argue that the £10,000 fine for them as companies would be unfair and unjust?
I believe there's been an ongoing discussion. I'm not in view of any of the particular correspondence, and I think it's a discussion. This isn't an argument. This is a let's work together to make sure that everyone's safe, so we can implement these rules in a way that's going to be constructive for everyone. And something that we can actually stick to. It would be really helpful, I think, for undertakers if they could say to families, if you break this rule, there is someone at the crematorium who's going to deal with it, and you won't be allowed. It's as simple as that. Because sometimes, and I have seen this, some families and family groups can be very intimidating, and can intimidate staff and indeed the people who are meant to be running the funeral, including the minister at times, to try and get what they want. And that's not good.
I presume this particular local authority has decided to write this letter to the undertakers in the area and to make them accountable because there have been concerns over the numbers of people that are going to funerals in that area.
Yeah, I think there have been a number of incidents on. I'm not really on social media, but I believe there have been a number of incidents on social media where pictures have been posted of very large funerals happening at the crematorium in particular. And the difficulty at a crematorium, other than with, say, a churchyard or a church that's outside, is that you have a high volume of people coming through at a constant rate. So at the height of the numbers of funerals that were happening, both chapels were running at full capacity throughout the day, starting early in the morning and finishing quite late at night. So you had quite a large number of people from different social groups coming through. And in order to keep that safe and to make sure it works smoothly, you really need some extra staff on hand, I think. It can't just be left down to undertakers.
Okay, very interesting. What I'd like to do, Tara, can we just get some detail? Can we go and have a word with the council? And can we ask them why they feel it is the undertaker's responsibility and why they feel it is reasonable to threaten the undertakers themselves rather than the families of these funerals where more than 30 people are turning up with this £10,000 fine?
And also for families that can, as Tom says, sometimes be a little bit intimidating, and if there are big numbers of them, whether or not effectively some sort of officer is there, and if it's an additional member from the undertaker staff or it's an additional member who works for the crematorium, they're not really going to take any notice, are they? So you could still potentially have that problem, whoever is responsible for monitoring numbers.
Yes, I mean it's just very difficult, isn't it? Because if you've got, if you've got the equivalent of the Mitchell brothers having a funeral, and the whole family turn up, they're all a bunch of big burly gangsters, and suddenly rather than 30 people, you've suddenly got 200 people rocking up, all looking as if, to be honest, they're up for a fight if somebody gets in their way. I mean, who actually should be saying to that family, sorry, you've got 30 people in there, that's it, nobody else is allowed to go in? If you put someone who works at the crematorium in that position of having to do it, then that's going to be a nightmare, isn't it? And you would need to call the police immediately. But somebody, if you're going to put the rule in, somebody ultimately has got to be prepared to police it, because otherwise there's no point having the rule in the first place.
Well, as we've seen with a lot of the rules that are linked to coronavirus, enforcement is an issue for all of them, really, isn't it? And I'm just wondering, Tom, do you speak to other vicars elsewhere outside your diocese and outside this local authority area? Is this very specific to this area?
I do a number of funerals in different areas, across the 3 counties, and every local authority and crematorium seems to have a different approach. Some of the approaches I think work really well. One of them I have seen where they have a member of security staff on the gate who asks who you're there for and counts people in and counts people out, which I think is a system that works really well and takes the pressure off. The discussion that goes across colleagues in the church and other things is fairly broad. We're all trying to figure out, indeed, how Jonathan said, how do we police it in our particular situation and context? If you're doing a funeral in a village and people just turn up or stand in the graveyard and you're at the graveside, you can't stop what you're doing and go and count heads. It's very difficult. So it's an ongoing discussion. I would say, generally speaking, though, that the services that happen in church and in church graveyards tend to be easier to manage than when they're at the crematorium, because you tend to know the families and tend to know who's involved.
A few texts coming in. Tom in Stevenage says, undertakers are minted. Get them to control the numbers instead of the grieving families, says Tom.
Well, I'm not saying that the grieving families should be doing that. Indeed, they shouldn't have to worry about that. We all have to understand what the rules are. We all know what the rules are. As for undertakers being minted, I don't know about that. I'm not sure they are minted. I don't know. How could I possibly know?
Off air, Tom, maybe if you could give me a few more details about one of the local authorities who has a policy in place that you think has a positive effect on this particular issue, then I can put it to this local authority as well to suggest maybe they look elsewhere at what's working for other places.
Yeah. Okay, look, Andy lives in a small cul-de-sac. There are about 50 homes and there's a car park that services all of those properties. It's on council-owned land and there are, at the moment, no parking restrictions for that car park. Andy says everything was absolutely fine until a certain family moved in and started abusing the situation.
It all started about 4 years ago when a particular family moved into our cul-de-sac. Now, it didn't notice until about 3 years ago that we couldn't park in these parking spaces anymore. We found there was a lot of cars belonging to one person, all untaxed, sawn, uninsured, on our property. It turned out at one point, just a couple of weeks ago, there were 17 cars owned by the same person. Not selling them, not doing them up, just collecting them. The best part of it is, he no longer lives here. She kicked him out.
Well, it's extremely frustrating. And the main problem for Andy and his neighbours is that very often they will come home from work or from being out, and the car park's absolutely full. There's nowhere for them to park their car, because it's full of all these cars that aren't being used. Well, I promised Andy I would contact the council. I did just that, and things were looking up. Andy's back on the JVS now. Hello, Andy.
Very good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Andy. So when I went to speak to the council, as you know, it's Milton Keynes Council, they said, we have spoken with the private resident to ask for all untaxed vehicles to be removed. The number has dropped significantly since then. We are exploring what else is possible within our legal powers. Well, as you will be aware, and as all regular listeners will know, we have talked about the Cleaner Neighbourhoods Act that allows councils to, if they can justify that a car, a caravan, whatever it may be, has been left maybe in a totally legal way, but on council-owned land, and as a result of it being left, it's causing an eyesore. It is acting rather like a piece of litter, or something that has been dumped somewhere. The council is perfectly within its rights to remove that vehicle. And it's normally only a case of having to threaten that to the owners of those cars or caravans, and they suddenly find somewhere more appropriate to put them. Now, I don't know whether that's what Milton Keynes Council did or not, but what we do know is that this particular neighbour, he moved out and he took his cars with him, which was great. However, when you came back to me and said, well, trouble is, other people now have started putting their cars in the car park instead. So it wasn't only that one particular resident that was causing the problem. Well, I went back to Milton Keynes Council and said, look, the problem's still there. It's caused by other people. Surely you're going to have to put some kind of parking restrictions in place. And what is it, a permit scheme you'd like?
Well, that would definitely solve the problem, because not only have we got the problem of the illegal vehicles, should I say, being in the places, but we've also got another close, the next one across, parking their cars in our car park when their car park is half empty.
Yeah.
So a permit scheme would solve that problem. Now, I did a petition.
Well, hang on a second. We'll get on to the petition in just a second, because at the point where I went back to the council, they said, we are aware that some residents are using multiple spaces in the local parking area. They are not abandoned cars. We have powers to remove cars that are abandoned, and residents should report concerns about those on our website. However, we're not in a position to remove cars if they are parked legally. We appreciate that the first-come, first-served approach isn't working for all residents, and we can look into alternatives. Some, such as permits, come with a cost to enforce. We wouldn't introduce anything without asking local residents for their views. So I went back to the council and said, OK, well, can I take it from that response then? You will be communicating with residents to find out if they want a permit scheme. The council said, well, no, we wouldn't automatically at this stage start speaking to our tenants or to residents. We would be prepared to start doing that if a petition was organised where at least 50% of the residents were in agreement that a scheme needed to be put in place. So that's what I sent you off to do. Now, you started to mention that you have indeed started to get that ball rolling. How have things gone?
Okay, of the 52 houses in where we live, 2 are empty, so that leaves 50. 41 have signed straight away, no problem. The other 9, I can't get hold of them at the moment. They're not in. So right. I went back there last night. I got 3 more. So there's 9 that are unsigned at the moment. And one thing was really clear, Jonathan, was the horrendous stories that I've got concerning these residents over the lack of parking spaces. And the worst one for me is the 2 disabled parking bays are used by everybody else apart from the people that they were designed for. And one of them is selling her house after being in the close for 40 years. She's been there, and she's actually selling her house. And the other one, she won't go to church on a Sunday because she cannot get from her, because she can't park back in her parking space to be gone. And she can't get, she's got really bad back problems. She can't get from her car to her house if she has to park it next croft or something.
Oh, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that residents there, with this as a car park for you to all park your cars, are left in this position where you're kind of, every time you take your car out of the car park, you're terrified that when you come back, you're not going to be able to park.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Right. Well, I tell you what, it would be very useful if you can get the other 9 people to either say yay or nay. I mean, if we can get those other 9 signatures on there, and if you can pretty much say that almost 100% of the residents who live in that area would all like, and does this petition suggest that it's a permit scheme that you want?
My wording at the end of it was, we are asking Milton Keynes Council to investigate the situation and come up with a fair system for all, i.e. permits or something similar.
Okay, fine. Well, that all sounds fantastic. I will drop Milton Keynes Council a line and just let them know that this petition is getting a lot of traction and lots of people in the area are very supportive of it. And let's see how they want to then get the communication ball rolling with all of you so they can come up with a reasonable method of not only getting the permit scheme or some other scheme sorted, but also, how that's all going to be policed and managed. Okay. Fine. Hello, Richard.
Oh, hi, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
I had Elizabeth earlier. Now I've got Richard. I can't stop doing my Hyacinth Bouquet impression. Now, tell me all about this problem you're having, Richard, without naming any company names, please.
Okay. Wife and I went out shopping for a sofa bed and ended up buying a 3-piece leather suite. This was in April 2017. The suite was very smart, very nice. We both liked it, and it cost £2,250.
Right, hang on. Sorry to stop you there. So let me just take this. So
2,250.
2,250. And when did you buy this suite?
This was we ordered it in April 2017.
2017. Okay. And what did the suite consist of?
So 2 electric reclining armchairs and a 3-seater sofa with mechanical recliners on the outer 2 seats.
Okay. Right. And this was all after you'd gone out for a sofa bed. It ended up being an expensive old shopping trip then, didn't it?
It certainly did. But we both walked past this suite and both liked it. And over a cup of Costa coffee, we decided we'd go back and buy it, which we did. Right. It included a 5-year insurance policy for which I paid an additional £300.
And what did the policy cover?
Accidental damage, tears, burns, scratches, that type of thing.
And that was 300 quid.
It did expressly exclude, and I'll just quote, structural defects in products manufactured with a defective design or specification. Okay, that's quite important.
Well, yes, I mean, that wouldn't be down to the insurance company. That would be down to the retailer that sold you a product that had a defect.
Exactly, and it was a manufacturing defect. I'll come to that. So, in January 2018, when the suite was 6 months old, the piping around the edges, which was a contrasting colour, began to crack on one of the electric armchairs in more than one place. And it was obvious that the piping, which I think is plastic or PVC, was very brittle. So I contacted them, and sure enough, fairly quickly they sent a technician out who confirmed that it was a manufacturing material fault. And they manufactured a new section of the armchair, and the guy came back and replaced the damaged or defective piece. Mm-hmm. Early in 2019, that exact same problem occurred with the other reclining armchair. So again, they came out, and again they said they'd order the necessary pieces, the squab and so on of the seat, and they'd replace it like they had on the other one. Unfortunately, shortly after that, they came back and told me that the suite was discontinued, which seems very odd to me. You'd think they could manufacture some leather cushions, but still discontinued, and we had to then go back to the store and choose a different suite.
Oh, okay. So in 2019, you handed the whole thing back and ordered a whole new suite?
Yes, that's what happened. That wasn't what we wanted to do. And since the new suite, there was only one that we really liked, and we do really like it. It's very, very nice. But it cost me an additional £800, and it was a lower specification. It was only a 2-seater sofa, not a 3-seater, and the sofa didn't have any of the reclining seats.
Right.
Simply because that would have added another 1,200 quid or something, and I really didn't want to go that high. Mm-hmm. So the new suite was delivered in mid-July.
Of last year?
Yes, 2019, yes. And on the 30th of July, I received an email from the insurance company to tell me that my policy was cancelled. and if I wasn't happy with that, I should take it up with the retailer. So
this is the accidental.
Yes, the 5-year policy that I paid £300 for. They had the audacity to claim against it, and therefore it invalidated the policy without my permission or knowledge.
What, the retailer claimed on the accidental damage policy?
Yes, because it got him off the hook. He didn't then have to go back to the manufacturer and say, look, this was defective material, you need to do this, you need to do that. He just claimed on the policy. It was a very soft option.
Wow.
So I was pretty annoyed about that. And I emailed straight back to the insurance company saying, what's this all about? I haven't made a claim and it's my policy. And they said it's claimed by the retailer and you have to take it up with them. So I then made 4 emails to 2 different addresses for the retailer and got absolutely no response. I went to the store on 3 different occasions, and on each occasion I was told there was no one with any authority that could assist me, but the first time they told me the new policy would be winging its way to me very shortly. Nothing arrived. The second occasion, they promised the same, that they would reinstate the policy and that I should receive it through the post. And the third occasion, they promised that the manager would phone me the following day, and he never did. So this took me to November last year. My view is that it wasn't a damage claim, it was a remedial claim that should have gone to the factory. They shouldn't have claimed on my policy. They shouldn't have done it without telling me, certainly. And they should either refund me the remaining section of the policy, which is £180 worth, the bit that was cancelled, or they should reinstate the policy for the next 36 months, which was the bit that was left still to run.
Yes.
One or other of those 2 things. And so I'm appalled that they claimed on my policy without my knowledge or permission. And I'm pretty incensed that they didn't respond to any of my emails or visits. They just treated me with total disdain.
I can tell you now, I've been doing this for very many years, and I have dealt with a fair share of issues with sofas that people go and buy. And I just as an aside, a little bit of a wake-up for everyone. Be very savvy when you're looking for furniture. There are a lot of furniture companies now that have these great big showrooms with all these lovely looking sofas. Most of those sofas, the vast majority in a number of companies, are very cheaply made. They talk about, Italian leather. Well, most of those sofas are made in China. Most of those sofas, if you were to lift up the underside of it and to look at how the sofa is constructed, it may well look absolutely beautiful. But inside will be made with pallet wood, clumsily put together, and lumps of foam over the top of it. And they then put a fabric or a leather over the top and make it look terribly smart. But actually the quality of the product underneath is absolute rubbish. So be very...
I take that point.
Sorry, let me just finish making the point. So just be very aware, as a bit of advice, when you're going to buy furniture... make sure you do your homework, make sure you ask all the questions, make sure you ask what the frame, the inside of the furniture is made of, make sure you find out where the furniture is actually manufactured, make sure that there are going to be spare parts if you have any problems. Do your homework and make sure you buy from good reputable firms. Look up those firms. Don't just go into these showrooms, sit on a sofa, think, this looks very smart, it must be nice, and buy it, because you may well find yourself with a truly rubbish piece of furniture in your house that will not last for a very long amount of time at all. What I was going to say is that in all the years I've dealt with furniture issues, I have never heard anything quite like your tale, Richard. The fact that this company then cheekily, they have the audacity to use your insurance policy for accidental damage to claim back the money for a product that they sold you that wasn't fit for purpose is outrageous.
I was fuming. And the fact then that I couldn't even speak to anyone around about it or get any response whatever. This is I won't name them, of course, but it's a national company. They're not just a little local shop round the corner. I was just appalled. And then what triggered me to bring this in again was you had a guy on who had a tabletop that split.
Mm-hmm.
And that sort of prompted me to think, well, you managed to help that guy, you may be able to help me.
Well, I absolutely want to try, because I want to go and speak to this company and find out how on earth they could have the cheek to do this. This is absolutely outrageous. When a company sells you an accidental insurance policy for furniture, it's your policy. It's up to you to claim if you have an accident that then damages that furniture. It's not down for the company. When they realise they've sold you, frankly, the original sofa, Richard, was obviously a load of rubbish. If the piping was made of plastic and the piping is split, it was obviously a load of rubbish. It was obviously of very poor quality. And as a result of making a sofa out of poor quality materials, it all splits. How the retailer could have the cheek then to use an accidental damage policy in your name to claim back the money so they weren't out of pocket... I've never heard of this before. This is outrageous. Let's go and have a word. Tara, can we get some detail? And I'll go and speak to this company this afternoon.
How infuriating, because you had how many years left on that policy?
Years?
I had 36 months left.
Wow.
Okay.
36 weeks. No, 36 months, I'm right. Yeah, it's 36 months.
3 years, okay.
Well, let's go and have a word with them. And I just would urge everyone, be very careful. I remember years ago I went to buy a corner leather sofa. And to be fair to the woman in the shop, she was quite honest with me. I said, how long would you expect this sofa to last? She said, we expect our furniture to last for about 5 years.
Wow.
I said, right, 5. She said, well, yeah, because most people now with furniture, they buy furniture and then it goes out of fashion, so they want to then replace it. Well, after about 6 months or so, I had a problem with this furniture, so they sent out a repairer, and I insisted on being in the room while this repairer lifted this sofa upside down and took off the fabric on the underside of the sofa in order to repair the problem. And I swear to you, Richard, it looked like it was made... Do you remember the old tea chests?
Yeah.
It looked like it was... It looked like it was put together with a whole load of tea chest wood banged together with lumpy bits of foam all. It was the biggest load of old rubbish you've ever seen in your life.
Oh my goodness.
When you saw it in the shop, it all looked terribly smart. It was an absolute load of old rubbish underneath it. And
Silk purse, sow's ear.
No wonder they only expected 5 years of use out of it before it fell apart, because it really was a load of old... And in fact, I'll tell you the other thing that we're finding, and we've had a number of times, I know I'm going on, but the other thing is a lot of these cheaper sofas as well, they're making the arms out of tough cardboard. So they get the curved element of it, but after a while, with the weight of your arm on it, it crushes the cardboard down, the whole thing collapses. Anyway, look, let's go and have a word. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, okay?
Okay, thanks, Jonathan. Great show.
In fact, hang on there, please, because I need to speak to Tara very briefly, because I'm in trouble with Tara for something else. But so, Richard, hang on there. We'll get you
ages.
In a second. The reason why I'm in trouble, because yesterday on the programme I was talking to Phil, who was talking all about the fact he likes going to a nature reserve and has been going there for the last 5 years. And he takes these photos. When he goes, he parks his car in a quiet spot. He's been doing this for years. And when he returned to his car recently, he found something rather unusual on his windscreen.
Lots of people have been getting notices on their car in what's listed by the people who run the reserve as a parking bay, warning notices from the local authority. If you continue to park here in future, you'll get fined, is the essence of it. I've heard from people since that it's not just this location. They seem to be suggesting that they need to clamp down on parking due to COVID to protect the local residents. Well, there are no residents in the area. But I really can't, I think it's being a bit overzealous, and it brings up the wider question of where we are allowed to park in the county.
Well, Phil just wanted to know, can he park his car there, or is he going to get a ticket? Phil's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Phil!
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh, my word, I'm in trouble, Phil. I'm in trouble. Do you know why I'm in trouble? Because we spoke yesterday, and the council, Buckinghamshire County Council, it was, that had responded to us on this issue.
Transport for Buckinghamshire, yeah.
They confirmed that Phil was not going to get a ticket, pretty much, and said that where he parks his particular car, he can do so without worry that he's going to return and find the car's been towed away, or he's got a parking ticket on the windscreen.
Because problems in the area had reduced. Other locations are still of concern to them, so those locations may well have signs and or cones put up. But Phil, you were going to be okay.
Yes. Now, this is, of course, great news, and I said goodbye to you. But one thing I didn't do, and this is why I'm in trouble, I didn't give Transport for Buckinghamshire the horn, which is why you have been summoned back onto the programme so I can properly thank Transport for Buckingham and thank them very much indeed and give them the horn. Phil, I presume you are a happy bunny?
I am a happy bunny, and I heard from the Wildlife Trust today, and they're happy too.
Good. Well, I'm not surprised. I'm going to thank them very much indeed. We will give them the horn. If you do have any other problems...
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Hello. I'm well, thank you, Courtney. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I do have one. So, my mother she paid a deposit for a package holiday with a certain reputable company back in February. Lockdown obviously happened, and we were trying to get through to kind of see what was happening, but they were only dealing with customers at the time that were flying out in the next 72 hours.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you there. So this was your mother who booked this package holiday. Where was the package holiday to go to?
It was New York.
New York package.
Yes.
And when you say a package, you do mean a formal package in terms of you're booking the flights, the accommodation, transfers, etc., all through the same company?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
As part of a formal package. And when were you due to go? Were you going with your mum?
Yes, it was me and my parents were going, yeah.
Oh, lovely. Okay, and when were you due to go?
We were due to go end of August.
Okay. Well, I mean, you wouldn't have gone, but to be honest, it would have been very hot.
Yeah.
It would have been very... New York can be very, very hot and very, very heavy air. So in some ways, a blessing in disguise that you were spared all that heat. So in February time, this was when it was booked. And how much was the deposit your mum paid?
It was £550.
550. Okay, fine. So what's happened? I presume you couldn't go.
No, so on the 22nd of July, my mum got an email stating that her holiday could no longer go ahead. So she could either get a full refund or have a voucher for the deposit amount. It said on the email that if she wanted a full refund, all she had to do was fill in a form which they'd attached and do nothing else, and they'd process it. Blah, blah, blah. After filling out the form, she then got an email a bit of time after to say that she was being charged an amendment fee plus a cancellation fee. So actually she was only getting £100 and something back, even though technically it was Virgin that was cancelling.
Okay, I didn't want the name of the company.
I'm sorry, I told you that was my bad, I'm sorry.
Well, unfortunately, what it does mean is we'll have to leave the conversation there. But what we can certainly do, if this is just an issue of, I mean, I'm presuming firstly, there's no reason why you should have to face any kind of penalty for having a refund of the deposit. The simple fact is, if this was a package holiday, formally a package, and if the package holiday could not go ahead, as indeed it wouldn't have been able to go ahead, because the Foreign Office advice was against any travel to the United States, and indeed still is, then the package holiday regulations mean your mum would be entitled to a full refund of the deposit that she paid. Am I to guess that the reason you're on my programme is because she hasn't had that?
Yes, exactly, and we replied to say that we weren't happy with the outcome after that, but we've had no response, and it's been a couple of months.
Fine. Well, as you can probably imagine, holiday companies are absolutely chock-a-block trying to deal with all these various issues, and it must be a bit of a nightmare for them as well. So let's cut them a bit of slack, but let's go and have a conversation and see if we can get this sorted out. It's a very clear-cut case, Tara. The company owes Courtney's mum the full deposit back. Can we make sure that happens?
Absolutely, okay.
Fine. Okay, hang on there, please, Courtney. I'll pass you back to Tara. It is really important. I always mention no company names. And the reason being, if you name the company before we've had any opportunity to go and speak with the company, we just can't really continue. Because I don't know what someone's going to say about that company after that point. So it's really, really important. The one that I'm more than happy to help you with your problems, but the one thing I always insist on is no company names. 08081 008800, that's the number if you have a consumer problem. Now, Mike came to me. He was telling me that he's had his shopping delivered by the same supermarket for the last 11 years. He's really appreciated the service that he's had over those 11 years because he's got health issues that make shopping very difficult for him. But he's currently very worried about news that changes are coming to the way his groceries are being delivered.
The drivers have always been excellent. In fact, they go the extra mile because I'm blind and therefore dealing with shopping can be, let's say, tricky, because if you've got lots of products that feel identical, they'll even put them in separate piles for me. A month ago, an email was sent out to say that the system was being changed, and this seems to be in response to a lot of criticism about a lot of carrier bags. The idea now is that the drivers bring in the plastic crates. You then have to transfer everything yourself from the crates into whatever kind of containers you're using. And that's probably quite a good system for people who are reasonably fit.
The problem is, Mike is not only blind, but with his health issues, he was saying that, it's just going to be impossible for him to have to go outside and to start decanting all of his own shopping, trying to work out what's what, get it back into the house in dribs and drabs, then come back out, not fall over the bags of shopping that are still out there or the shopping that's there in the crates outside. It's all a concern, and he really felt that based on his personal needs, the supermarket should make some allowances. Well, Mike's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Mike. Now, Tara, I know, has been speaking to the supermarket. What have they had to say?
Yeah, and the supermarket is Sainsbury's, and they were keen to put their view across about how they would be able to help Michael about this. And they've said that they do have measures in place for online deliveries to keep everyone safe. That's the key point. And that includes frequent cleaning of all equipment, as well as sanitisers for their drivers to use before and after each delivery. But their drivers are also not taking customer deliveries into their homes. And so to support our customers who are either shielding or, like Mike, may struggle to carry crates through their homes, we are asking them to leave their bags outside their door so that their drivers can transfer their shopping into their bags for them.
Ah. Oh, hang on a minute. So this sounds a bit different, Mike. So am I right in understanding that what they want is for Mike to leave, 2 or 3 or 4 bags for life outside the front door, and then the driver does it all, puts it into the individual bags, and then tells Mike what's in each bag?
Yeah, that is the option that they are looking at. They also go on to say, we're doing everything we can to support customers who may require additional assistance while these measures are in place, and they are in touch with Mike to discuss his options. And they did get in touch with you, didn't they, Mike?
Yes, they did.
I presume they explained all of that, and that must be quite reassuring, because to my mind, unless I'm missing something, that would solve the problem for you.
I didn't hear it in that detail. It was just suggested to me that I provide my own bags, and that was it. They did, however, say that if drivers were willing to come in, that was fine.
Yes, but I to be honest with you, I don't know that that's necessarily the best thing, because based on your own circumstances, I don't mean to be rude, Mike, how old are you?
74.
Okay. It would be better if you didn't have people coming into your house at the moment, to be honest with you, Mike. It would be better for your health perspective if you didn't have people walking into your property, potentially touching door handles or touching your kitchen work surfaces or your fridge handle or whatever. It would be better if you didn't have that at the moment for your well-being. So if as a way of keeping you safe and indeed helping the company be compliant, if you were to give them your bags and they then did it all for you and told you what was in each bag so you then take it back in, would that be okay? Would that solve your problem?
That would make a big difference if I know what is where, and especially if I can get hold of the frozen and chilled goods and get them in sort of out of any... We're not likely to get much warm weather now, but we did a couple of weeks or so ago.
Yeah.
So that would be a lot better, yeah.
Well, certainly the way that my online supermarket delivery works is that they separate out stuff for the fridge, they come in a certain colour bag, and stuff for the freezer they come in a different colour bag. So if the driver is able to sort out what's going in your fridge, what's going in your freezer, and to literally, point or find a way of being able to show you which bag has got your fridge stuff in, which bag's got your freezer stuff in, and then the rest of it is all stuff that goes in the cupboard, then surely that would be okay, would it not?
Yes, I mean, we could come to an arrangement whereby as they filled the bags, they could tell me it's beside the door.
Exactly.
Do the frozen and chilled first and get those in and out of the way, and whilst I'm getting those in, they're getting the next ones across. But as I say, this idea is new to me. That wasn't what I'd heard.
Well, that's what they're telling us, and to my mind, that seems to be the perfect solution, because based on your age, Mike, you do not want someone inadvertently coming into your house over the winter months that's got coronavirus and accidentally giving it to you.
Yeah.
You do not want that. So if the members of staff who are delivering your food on behalf of Sainsbury's, if they can all stay outside your house and find a way of being able to help you get your shopping inside in a way that you will be able to do without injuring yourself or getting completely confused as to what's going where, I think that seems like the perfect compromise, really.
Well, what I'll do now, Mike, is get back in touch with them if you weren't quite clear that was an idea that they were offering you, and say that you would be keen to try that out. If you were able, just ahead of a delivery arrival, to put out, I don't know, in a box or something outside the front door, your bags, so that they know they've already got a notice on your order that you would like it done that way. So I'll get in touch with them to confirm that is what you would like to do in terms of the option.
I presume you've got bags for life, have you, Mike?
No, I haven't, but I can find something. So,
right.
We sort something.
I think you want robust bags, because what you don't want is for them to be decanting it all for you, and you put it in some flimsy carrier bag with a hole in the bottom of it, and then
that's my worry, because I've got a guide dog, so I don't want things falling out the bottom and smashing.
No, quite. Well, I think you need some. Have you got friends or neighbours that might be able to get you a few bags for life?
I can get hold of a few, yeah.
Okay, fine.
From my point of view, Jonathan, if I may, I'd like to tell you a brief story, very brief.
Go on.
And it's about the understanding of arrangements, because I had an email from a man earlier this year, in April, who's totally blind. He tried to arrange for home delivery, and he was told he wasn't vulnerable enough. So he got out his white stick and headed off down to the supermarket. He needed something. He'd made himself a face mask and gloves. And when he got to the door of the store, he was told they wouldn't serve him. So he said, why not? So they said, well, because you're blind, you need help. We cannot get less than 2 meters from you, and therefore we're not going to serve you. So he said, but I've brought my extra long white stick with me. This is about 5 feet long. If the helper holds one end and I hold the other end at arm's length, we're more than 2 meters apart, so it should be safe. At which point they got quite stroppy and said, we've told you once, we're not serving you, leave the premises.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that is unfortunate, isn't it?
It is unfortunate, but to be honest, it's not related to your complaint. And what we're trying to do is to help you with your complaint. Mike, what we can do is certainly just go back to Sainsbury's, make sure that what we've understood they're going to do, they are going to do, and make sure that they can communicate that to you. Mike, I'm going to give them this. Half of the horn for agreeing a suitable compromise. We'll speak to you very soon, and hopefully we'll just make sure that that's all working for you, okay? Now, Pat went for a seaside break at a hotel in the UK with her friends Rosemary and John, but the totally unexpected happened when they were sitting down for breakfast. The hotel exploded.
The wall came right in on me and my friend that I was with, John, and then the ceiling came down, hit John, he's damaged both his arms, and I mean, the hotel staff were brilliant, and they got everybody out without there being any casualties, so that's something to be very pleased for. If I'm honest, I cannot recall getting out. The last thing I can remember is seeing the ceiling come down and then being on the pier. What happened between, I can't remember. Rosemary, who I was with, she had a phone call from the hotel to say that they would refund our money for the holiday, but all our possessions, unless we'd taken out travel insurance, we could not claim for them. Rosemary had a brand new mobility scooter in her room, costing $2,400.
And what happened to the rooms then? Did the whole building kind of catch fire?
The building collapsed. Yeah, it caught fire and then it all collapsed. There's just the outside wall standing now. And John's car is in the car park. We don't know what sort of state that's in. And the keys to the car are in the hotel, so he's got no keys for it.
Well, what a terrible shock, as you can imagine. Thankfully, nobody was seriously harmed. I mean, this is the kind of disaster that, could have killed people. Thankfully, nobody was seriously harmed. And Pat and her friends Rosemary and John managed to get out of the hotel. John did sustain some injuries to his arms where the ceiling had come down on them. But apart from that, very few scrapes, thank goodness for that. Pat's back on the JVSNO. Hello, Pat.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Pat. Now, the reason you came to my programme is that you said all your possessions that were in the room obviously had been destroyed. Those possessions cost money to replace. For Rosemary and John, for example, they even had a mobility scooter that was in their room. That was completely crushed because the hotel just collapsed, didn't it? The whole thing just caved in.
Yes, it did, yeah.
Now, your annoyance was that the hotel company did not seem particularly keen to reimburse you for all of your losses, which you were just amazed by because you thought, considering what had happened and what you'd gone through, you thought that they'd be falling over themselves to sort things out. When I went to have a word with this company, a company called Daish's Holidays, that indeed owned the Claremont Hotel in Eastbourne that collapsed. If any listeners are interested in looking up the story of the Claremont Hotel, you'll see the photos, you'll see exactly what happened. It was a huge event last year. They came back and in effect said that they were sorry that you'd obviously had this experience, but they were being quite careful, weren't they, Pat, in terms of they weren't prepared to admit liability for what had gone on. And you were a bit offended by that and a bit annoyed. But I explained to you that the reason they were doing that was probably because their insurance company had given them very strict instructions not to say anything that did mean they were admitting liability. Yep. An insurance policy, you will normally find, even with your car insurance, there will be a clause in the terms and conditions that says you must not admit liability in the event of an accident. If you admit liability, you can invalidate the policy. And it would have been the same with the public liability insurance that the Claremont Hotel would have had, or Daish's Holidays have. Anyway, to cut a very long story short, they did finally accept that they were going to meet your claim. And indeed, when I spoke to you last, you were jumping for joy because you had received a cheque.
I have.
A cheque for the full, well, pretty much the full amount you were looking for. Which was £1,135. £1,135. Now, you were delighted, and indeed we've given Daish's Holidays half the horn for having refunded you. But what about Rosemary and John? Because all of their possessions were also destroyed. Well, you've jumped the gun because I went back to Daish's Holidays after we were on the programme talking last time. I said, what's going on with Rosemary and John's cheque? They promised me they were getting it out this week, and obviously it's arrived already.
It's arrived this morning.
Fantastic. How much?
I honestly don't know. I haven't spoken to them. She just sent me a text message to say that her cheque had arrived this morning.
Brilliant. And
it must have been for the full amount.
Did the text message sound happy?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes. I think they're really pleased, yeah.
Okay, well, that's good.
And the mobility scooter, that was covered on the insurance that she took out when she bought it. So now that company are going to try and get the money back off Daish's insurance company.
Well, that's obviously something they can do, and thankfully Rosemary and John don't need to worry themselves or get stressed out about that, because that's between two different companies who can, argue it out as they want. But regarding your money, you've got what you were looking for. It sounds as if Rosemary and John have got what they were looking for as well.
Yes.
Well, It sounds like a happy ending after all of this.
Happy days.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I mean, it was very traumatic, but thankfully everything sorted in the end. Shall I give Daishi's Holidays the horn and thank them very much indeed for finally making sure this is all sorted?
Well, I think so, yes.
I think so too.
Can I just thank you on behalf of Rosemary and John for all that you've done for us and your team. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Well, because of one thing and another, and then the lockdown, it has been a bit of a pain, hasn't it, really? It's gone on and on, but we've finally got that. Oh, hang on a minute. I think your friend Rosemary's on the other... Rosemary?
Yes, I'm here, Jonathan.
Rosemary, Pat tells me you've got the money.
Yes, I got it yesterday.
Fantastic. And is it what you were looking for?
It is. It's about 130 short of what I expected.
Right.
But I'm quite happy with it.
You're happy with it. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Right. Well, if you're in agreement as well, Rosemary, I'm going to thank Daishies and give them the horn.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All the very
best. Thank you for what you've done, Jonathan.
Rosemary, it's an absolute pleasure. Thanks, Abby. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, of course. So I came across a site on social media on the 11th of August, and I spotted this really pretty necklace online. And it was like £110.80, which is not like my usual spending habits. I would never spend that kind of money. But when I saw it on social media, it came across like really pretty, and it was really interesting to me. And it just kept popping up on Instagram. And it kind of like, social media rather. And it just enticed me to obviously have a look at getting that.
I tell you what's slightly ringing some alarm bells for me. The way you're telling this story sounds as if this was just a product that kept coming up on social media rather than being from a proper reputable retailer.
Absolutely, yeah. So it just kept popping up. And obviously, one of my friends had actually bought one before and said how nice they were. So obviously, I was really enticed into getting one. Anyway, obviously, reflecting on this purchase, it was totally out of character with my spending habits. And I was obviously influenced by the social media ads that kept popping up as pictures of stunning girls, like constantly popping up. And obviously, the purchase didn't actually arrive and I expected, so I actually requested a refund 2 days after purchasing, as I paid extra for 1 to 2 day delivery.
Now, did you pay for it on a credit card?
Yes, I did pay it on a credit card, yes.
Okay, well done.
Yep.
But so am I taking it then you purchased this from some company or organisation you'd never heard of before?
Yeah, so I'd never heard them before. I just saw them come across on social media. Yeah.
Please don't do this again.
I know, I won't. No, I won't make the mistake.
I mean, I need to just put this out there to everybody listening. Yeah. If you see adverts come up for products on social media, whatever it's on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, or whatever the social media platform, selling some product, please don't start purchasing from just an organisation on the internet. There are great companies on the internet and there are terrible companies on the internet. And my advice is always be savvy, in the same way that you wouldn't go to some ropey old market stall in the back of Beyond from some dodgy looking bloke standing there and buy a necklace. You'd go into a proper shop that had a good reputation and a good brand. I mean, don't go onto the internet and just buy a necklace from an unknown source. Make sure that, I mean, it's probably too late. I'm sure you've learnt this lesson already, but for other people, do be very careful about stuff you see on the internet. So you did indeed, you looked at this necklace and thought, that looks lovely, I'll buy it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not like my usual spending habits. Obviously, I was, like I said, I was enticed on social media and everything. So then I had a response to say, I sent an email basically requesting, where is the item, because I'd asked for 1 to 2 day delivery. And I also paid an extra £4 for that. And then they said they do not cancel orders or do refunds. So they then referred me to their refunds policy, which is at the bottom of their website in very small print and is not highlighted at the point of purchase. The refunds are not given under any circumstances. Now, obviously, I know I should have done my research. And obviously, I finally received the necklace on the 3rd of September, which I ordered it on the 8th. Not the 8th, the 11th of August.
Was this even from a UK company?
Yes, it is, and they are based in...
No, I don't need to know where they're based. I just needed to know if they're a UK-based company.
Yeah, they are UK, yeah.
Okay. And so when the necklace arrived, I bet you're going to tell me it's a load of old rubbish.
Yeah, so basically arrived on the 3rd of September, and I was so shocked to obviously see the poor quality and cheapness which resembled an item I could have probably purchased, from a high street store, like a cheap high street store or something, for less than probably £25 or even less, really. So my parents actually helped me look into consumer law, and we found out that under the Consumer Contract Regulations 2013, I am entitled to requesting both cancellation or an online order, or the refund of an item. Because obviously being an online purchase, I could not make an informed decision by physically looking at the necklace.
That's right. It used to be known as the, and actually the old phrase made more sense. It used to be known as the distance selling regulations, which obviously means if you're selling something from a distance and someone hasn't been able to see the item up close, then they have that period of time to be able to return it. And indeed, those regulations, albeit with a slightly different name now, are still in existence. But obviously they only apply if you're purchasing the item from a UK-based company that has to honour UK consumer law. And if you'd bought it from... And this is the other reason why you've got to be so careful. On the internet, there are all kinds of foreign companies selling stuff. And, once you've got it, good luck trying to get your money back, because... You trying to sue them, trying to take legal action against them, trading standards won't be interested because they're not even based in the UK. So you've got to be so careful. And the only slight worry I have about the story you're telling me, I mean, you say that this company's based in the UK. We don't necessarily know that, do we? All we know is that they have an address in the UK. That could just be some PO box address.
Yeah, you're correct, yeah.
So that's the slight problem. Have you gone to your credit card company?
Yep, so I've been to my credit card company. I actually contacted them 3 days ago, as I obviously put in a request for a chargeback a few weeks back, actually.
Well, no, don't do it as a chargeback. You want to do a Section 75 claim under the Consumer Credit Act.
Right, okay.
Okay, because there is legislation, there's UK legislation that means the credit card company is jointly liable with the company that you purchase this necklace from.
Yeah.
And if the necklace is not as described, or, if it's been misrepresented in any way and you've tried to return it and you want your money back, I mean, have you actually sent the necklace back to them?
Yes, so I did send the necklace back as soon as I got it, pretty much.
And you've got a record of that?
I've got a record of that, yeah, and I've also received their signature back as well. So
okay, great.
I looked that up, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think what we can certainly do for you, and you've learnt an expensive lesson, but it could have been worse.
Oh, yeah,
it could have been worse. The number of times I deal with people who are on Facebook and suddenly an advert comes up for some, take these tablets and they'll make you feel wonderful. And for some bizarre reason, I don't know why, but sometimes social media can entice you into thinking, maybe I'll have a go at that and I'll buy that. And in any other walk of life, you would never do it. But for some bizarre reason, sometimes people click on these things and think, I'll buy that. And of course, very often, these free trials and stuff that you'll see advertised on social media, it's not free at all. They get your bank details, they take all this money from you, they sign you up to a club and you have all this money taken out of your account. And I've known people, by making a simple, innocent purchase from some organisation they've seen on social media, lose hundreds and hundreds of pounds. So please, draw a line under this experience, Abby, and please don't do this again.
No, I will not. Definitely not. Thank you very much.
If you decide you want to buy a necklace, then you go to a good, reputable British company based in this country that has a good reputation, and you purchase it from them, not from some company that you've never even heard of on Instagram or wherever it may be. Right, Tara.
We had something similar in our house, but the cost wasn't as big as Abby's experience.
What was that then?
Well, it was a pencil case that my daughter had seen advertised.
Yeah.
And the pictures made it look great, and she absolutely thought it was wonderful. Now, this pencil case only cost about £7, but it did have to come from a very long way away. So it took about 3 weeks to arrive.
Yeah.
But when it actually came and was delivered to our house, it turned out it was actually designed for somebody the size of Thumbelina. So all of the pens and pencils and highlighters and everything that she'd anticipated being
none of it would fit.
None of it would fit. She was very disappointed. But as I say, Abby, that was only £7.
And I would imagine if that came from some company in, where were they, China or somewhere like that?
Yeah, they were.
Directly from China. I mean,
Yeah.
forget trying to get your money back.
Yeah.
Forget it. And that's the problem. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that the UK has consumer law that protects all of us as UK consumers, but not if you, in effect, go shopping in China on the internet, which you can do. You can go shopping in China or South Africa or South America or whatever. You could go shopping from your living room in those countries. But in the same way that if you were in some market stall in China and you bought a handbag and got it home and it fell apart and you tried to take it back to that market stall in China, they'd probably tell you to get lost. It's the same really when you're buying it from an internet company in China as well. You're not covered by the same laws that you are in the UK, or even if you are, trying to utilise those laws will be a nightmare.
It is a very good lesson to learn. As I say, ours was a £7 lesson. Abby's is a bit more than that.
It
so
is.
Let's see what we can do.
Let's see. I mean, I just hope that the paying by credit card is the way that we can try and get this money back. Abby, leave this with us. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word with both the company, if we can, and also your credit card company, all right?
Good morning, Jonathan.
I gather you have a consumer complaint. Tell me all about it without naming any company names. Let's see what we can do for you.
Okay, my son asked me to book a driving theory test for him. He'd been asking for some time, and I'd not got round to it. His better half has recently had a baby, and he popped in, and I thought, I'll get this booked. So I went online, done a search on Google, selected the first entry what came up to book his driving theory test.
Oh no.
You know where this is going, don't you?
I know exactly where this is going.
So it wasn't obvious to me that it was a third-party company that I booked with. This was in the evening I'd done this, and they charged £45.
Oh, God.
Now, I sort of later realised that it was a third-party company, so first thing in the morning I managed to find an email address to contact them to ask them to cancel the booking because I didn't realise they was a third-party company. And they're fully prepared to cancel it, but they want to charge me a £20 administration charge.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, no, I want a full refund. You haven't done anything for me. They then went ahead, even though I told them to cancel it, to actually book the theory test for my son with the official site. So in correspondence, I asked them to cancel that because that was stopping me booking myself. They ignored that, so I've gone in and cancelled that. I've also raised a dispute with the credit card company that I used to book it, but because of all what's going on at the moment, I assume it's going to take them 12 weeks before they can make a decision on my dispute.
Yes, and you might not have any luck anyway, because the simple fact is there are all kinds, and this is again, I was talking about the internet earlier. The internet is wonderful, but it is also fraught with danger. If you are not concentrating on what you're doing, the internet can cost you an absolute fortune, because there are companies out there that you click on that will come up. If for example, if you look at Renew Your Passport, then the chances are that the first few websites that will come up are not the official passport office. They will be third-party companies that hope you'll click on their website, and they then offer to renew your passport, and they then take a fee themselves for something that you could have done for free, or certainly without having to pay their additional charge, if only you'd gone directly to the passport office.
Exactly.
It's the same with driving tests. They're out there. I guess the difficulty is if you have clicked on, all their terms and conditions, and if you've gone through their website and if you have engaged their services, and if the company are then able to argue that you are then breaking the contract you've entered into with them, it may well be that the credit card company would turn around and say, well, you're the one that went to that company. You're the one that engaged their services to book this theory test for your son for you when you could have done it yourself for free. So they haven't actually broken the terms with you. They've done what you asked them to do.
No, although the research that I have done, I believe there's a 14-day calling off period when you buy things online.
Says who? Are you talking again about the consumer contracts regulations, otherwise
maybe, yeah.
previously known as the distance selling regulations?
I think it was a 2013 act. That I found.
Yeah, you are. So, in effect, what that means is if you're buying something from a UK-based company, if you're buying something like a shirt, then because you're buying it from a UK-based company over the internet, you haven't had a chance to try on the shirt. So therefore, if when you get the shirt, you look at it and you think, oh, I don't like it, or it's the wrong size, there is legislation there that gives you a period of 14 days to return that item because you weren't able to see it before you bought it.
Okay.
If, however, a company has been very transparent in terms of the service that they are offering you, in return for paying this amount of money, we will book your driving theory test, and if indeed they have gone ahead and booked your driving theory test, it may well be that in the eyes of the law they haven't actually done anything wrong.
Right, okay.
It may well be that you've just paid £45 more than you needed to. Now, that said, I'm kind of saying that because I need people to realise that when you're on the internet, make sure you're clicking on the right website. If it's the case of booking a driving test, make sure you are on the official DSA website. If you're renewing your passport, make sure you're on the official Home Office website for passports. Make sure that you go to the correct website, and most of these services do not charge you an administration fee for doing it. You know, for example, if you're booking a driving theory test, there is a cost for a driving theory test. There's not a cost for a driving theory test plus an administration booking cost.
Yes, although when I booked this, it didn't separate out to say that this is the cost of the driving test and this is an administration charge. It just said it was £45, and as I wasn't aware that it should be 23, I didn't realise that there was an administration charge. To just make a point on what you're saying, which I totally agree with, beware when you do a search when you see a little bold AD next to a link, because that means it's an advert.
I've gone onto a search engine and I've just put booking a theory test. The first one is a separate company with an advert. Second one, company with an advert. Third one, company with an advert. Fourth one, company with an advert. It's not until you get down to the gov.uk, book your theory test, that you actually get to the official website. So I presume you just booked on one of the top ones.
Yes, I just clicked the first one.
Yeah.
Because you assume that that's going to be what you're looking for when it's an unambiguous search.
But that's what you need to realise, that you can't just assume that, because when you look at if you look at the website address, it doesn't for 1 minute suggest that that's the official government website address.
Yeah, although the one that I went to, I don't want to give away the company name, but it seemed that all they do is the service that I was asking for. And in actual fact, even when you book through the formal address, when you get the email isn't from the government, that's from a third-party company.
Yes, but I'm just looking down at this now, and the first thing, if you're booking a driving test, and you look down and you look at the actual website address you're clicking on, that if you look down through these top four, to my mind, it's quite clear that these are not the official government website. It's not.
Well, you're saying that with the hindsight of the fact that we're doing this, and of course with your great experience in consumer issues.
Yeah, but what you and everybody else needs to know going forward, when you are doing a search for a company or for something that will offer you a service, it's absolutely incumbent on you to make sure that you are actually on the right website before you go ahead and purchase something, or before you go ahead and book something, because just because it's come up as number one on a search engine does not mean that it's the correct company. And you need to be very careful, belt and braces stuff there, because otherwise you're going to get into all kinds of problems where you're clicking on websites that probably aren't even based in the UK again. You're giving foreign companies money, and trying to get that money will be an absolute nightmare. That said, Tara, can we just get some detail and have a word with that company and see what they have to say?
We can, and I remember something similar a few years ago with the eHit card. There were companies who were offering to fill in that.
There's loads.
Yeah, and it was a tenner, and people were paying a tenner for something that was free.
Absolutely. Your tax return, you click in, first website that comes up is probably not the official HMRC website. It will be some company saying, oh, come through us. But by the way, you won't notice that we're taking a few £100 in order for us to process what you could have done for free yourself. Be very, very careful. Listen, Tony, we'll see what we can find out. OK, we'll talk to you very...
Hi, Dave, yes.
Hello, Aisha. I gather you have a consumer problem regarding a washing machine. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Yeah. So I ordered a washing machine on the 13th of September when mine broke down, just what you need in the middle of a pandemic. It arrived on the 18th of September, so last Friday, but it was damaged with, it had a large dent on the side and on the back. And I've been having a nightmare ever since trying to arrange a replacement, even though the item's in stock and there's delivery slots available. So on Saturday, I phoned them up. I thought it'd be easy. They'll just send me a replacement. They said that they would, a new one would arrive on Monday. I had to receive an email confirmation. So I said, that's fine. Sunday came and there was no email. So I called back. I was told that the silver one model was out of stock now, but I could have the white one if I wanted. So I said, okay, that's fine.
You're very accommodating as a customer, Aisha.
Well, yeah, I needed a washing machine. I'm drowning under laundry.
Oh dear.
But yeah, I'd get an email confirmation again. So I waited and waited. And again on Monday, no email confirmation. Just wanted to say that they would replace it, but nothing with a date. So I called back. And they said, so that one was supposed to turn up on Tuesday, but again, there was no email confirmation. So I call on Monday and they say that, no, sorry, it's not coming on Tuesday either. It's going to take, we're going to send your details off to the back office, and that's going to take 9 days for them to even give you a date. So, yeah.
Right, very annoying.
I spent 5 hours with them on the phone that day. So I said, that isn't acceptable. You know, you've got it in stock. Why can't you just send it out? And they said, so I have to speak to a manager. So they put me on hold for an hour and a half. And then the same person just came back on the phone and said, the manager's just going to tell you the same thing, so you can't speak to a manager. So I called back again and spoke to somebody else. They said, okay, they took my details again. Said a manager will call you back in 24 hours. So I waited. Well, okay, somebody's going to call back with a bit of hope. So I called back on Tuesday after still no manager calling, and I was told, no, I'm forwarding it to my manager this time.
So, I mean, listen, I mean, you must have felt as if you were losing the will to live, as indeed am I, reliving this moment with you. So, in terms of the washing machine, where are we now? I presume you still don't have one that is not damaged?
No, I sent that one back, so I don't have that one. I rejected it because there was no point keeping it damaged one.
Yeah.
So I just sent it back with them when I noticed the damage. And yeah, it's Friday now, 1 week later, and we're still no closer to a manager calling or a date.
And how are you managing to cope with all the dirty washing?
With great difficulty. I'm about to drown under all this laundry now because I don't really want to be spending hours in a laundrette because obviously I'm trying to avoid meeting up with lots of people, and I can't really go to lots of people's houses to get it done either because, with a limit of 6, it's a bit difficult with other when people have already got families and things. So,
well, this is a bit of a nightmare.
Great.
Well, you've done the right thing in terms of calling me, and let's see if we can try and get this sorted out. I have no idea at this stage which company you've purchased this from. I hope it's not the company that is springing to mind, because if it's certain companies, then we're much more likely to be able to get this resolved quickly. If it's one particular company that I've been dealing with recently, it may well be a bit
Are
of
you looking for me for a clue?
Well, do you know what? Do you know what I'm going to do? Hang on a second, Aisha. I don't normally do this, but I'm going to cheat. I'm going to have a little look at which company it is.
I could mouth it to you.
No, I don't.
Are you any good at lip reading?
Oh, no, don't worry. We can get that sorted.
I think we'll be fine.
That will be fine. Thank goodness for that, Aisha.
You gave him a minor panic.
You did. I thought, oh no, if it's that company I've dealt with recently, we're going to have a nightmare here. But no, this one should be fairly straightforward to get sorted. We've got contacts at this company. We just need to have a word with them and ask them what on earth they're playing at.
Can I ask you, Aisha? I know you were very, very helpful to them by saying that you'd accept the white one, but do you actually want the silver?
Well, the silver's not in stock till the end of October, and I really don't want to wait that long. A white is fine. I'm happy to go with that. It's fine.
But you just need it now. Silver. Yeah, I understand you want it now.
Well, in an ideal world, what would you prefer? Silver?
I think the white's okay. I'll go with the white, to be honest.
What colour?
I like your attitude.
What colour are your other appliances?
Well, we had the dryer delivered as well. That's white, so we'll go for white. It's fine.
Oh, you'll match then.
Yes.
Yeah.
So washer and dryer both in white. What about your other appliances?
The others are concealed, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, right, okay. Well, white will be fine then. What colour's your kitchen?
It's black and a bit of like beach-coloured woodwork.
Black and beach? Right.
Well, you're assuming that the washing machine is actually in the kitchen. Might not be.
Oh, it is. You're right.
So it's like a Harlequin kitchen. Very nice.
Okay, well, let's go and have a word. Let's see if we can get it sorted for you. Whatever they come and deliver, they just need to do it now because you've waited long enough. Okay, Aisha, hang on that. I'm going to pass you on. Barry bought an extendable dining room table back in May, which can seat up to 8 people. Cost him £1,200 and it has a rather smart graphite top. But at the beginning of August, well, Barry's wife spotted a problem with it.
4 weeks ago now, I come home from work and my wife approached and said, "Look, you seen this?" I said, "What's that?" I said, "Well, come and have a look. In one of the sections of the dining room table, there's a split." And I said, "Well, how's that happened?" She said, "Well, I don't know." Spoke to my daughters and they said, "There's no idea how it's got there." We don't know how it's happened. Yeah, it's just a big split down one of the sections of the extendable part of the table. So I rung the branch and they said, "Do you mind if you come and have a look?" I said, "Not a problem, of course not." So he come out, he inspected it. He couldn't work out what happened. I said, "Well, to be honest, we don't know how it's happened." Took some photographs. He said, "I'll obviously get in touch with the supplier and I'll let you know." And he said to me, "Oh, it's not a manufacturing defect. The supplier agrees with me and you have to go through your protection plans."
Well, Barry says that the accidental damage part of the policy has been cancelled. So what on earth's going on? And to be honest, he still doesn't think it's accidental damage anyway that's caused this problem. Well, I've been off to have a word with the retailer to try and get things sorted. Barry's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Barry.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you, Barry. Now, the company concerned that you purchased this table and chairs from, and in fact, a lot of other furniture as well at the same time. You spent about £5,000 with this company, didn't you?
No, it's $8,000 actually. We bought a bed as well. So we spent another $3,000 on a bed. So we spent best part of £8,000 in a small period of time with this company. Yeah. So
gosh, wow. Well, the company concerned is Furniture Village. Lucky old Furniture Village to come across you as a customer, eh?
Yes, very,
now,
yes.
They came back and said, firstly, we would like to apologise to Barry for an issue that has arisen with his guardsman insurance and to reassure him that we will try to resolve the problem as quickly as possible. When the issue was first reported by the customer, we advised Barry that he could claim this against his guardsman policy. He notified us that his policy appeared to have been cancelled, so we contacted Guardsman to find out why this had happened and concluded this was a mistake on their behalf. In addition to the dining set, Barry also ordered a sofa and an armchair, which were delivered approximately 10 days earlier. All 3 items had separate Guardsman policies, which started from the date that the sofa and the chair had been delivered. As the dining table arrived with the customer after this date, the original policy was cancelled and a new one was set up to coincide with its delivery date to ensure the maximum policy duration. This is standard practice on split deliveries. From what we can understand, a mistake was made by Guardsman in thinking that the policy had been completely cancelled. While this was being investigated, we also sent out a technician to examine the table, who concluded that the damage was accidental and not related to a manufacturing fault. The policy error has now been corrected by Guardsman, so Barry can now make a claim. However, to solve this problem as quickly as possible, we'd be happy in this instance to replace the tabletop, and we will liaise directly with Guardsman to claim back the cost. The order will be placed, and we'll be in touch with Barry to confirm a new delivery date. Well, there's still a bit of a question mark, isn't there, over this, because you still don't feel it was accidental damage. I asked you the question, surely you would know if someone had dropped something on that table, and you say no, nobody has dropped anything on it.
No, as I said, it's a graphite top, so for obviously that sort of split, you'd hopefully that would obviously make a bit of a noise. But as I said, I think we had this conversation on Tuesday, didn't we? And there's been you advised me to obviously send them an email, which I did. I obviously then contacted about the chair leg, which I did on Tuesday.
Yes, now let's get on to the chair. So first of all, just to kind of put the table issue to one side. Yeah. So they are going to replace the tabletop, and they then are going to take this up with this policy. Although the one thing I would kind of urge some clarification on, when they've made that claim on the policy, I hope that's not then going to then mean that the policy ends as a result of the claim. So
this is because obviously we had this conversation. You had Richard on yesterday, didn't you? With
although I should just point out that's a completely separate company and it's a completely separate insurance. It's nothing to do with Furniture Village or indeed Guardsman.
Okay.
So that's something completely separate. Yeah. But what I think is intriguing is when they've made a claim on this policy regarding the tabletop that you still maintain was not accidentally damaged. Does that mean the policy then ends, or will it continue? I think we need to seek further clarification on that. Regarding the chair that you say is now loose, the legs are loose, I went back to Furniture Village and asked them what they were going to do about that. They say Furniture Village will replace the chair for Barry, and we will be getting in touch with him directly to confirm all of the delivery timings. So I hope that you've heard from them, have you?
No, haven't heard a single thing. I haven't got a response from, obviously I sent that email out from the advice you gave me on Tuesday. Yeah. So we sent that out. We didn't even get a response from an email. I've just checked my outbox. That went. I've checked the junk box, so I've obviously not got anything come back to that. So I've had no emails, no phone calls, no clarification of what their plans are or anything. So at the moment, I'm completely in the dark to obviously where they're going to go and what sort of timings they're looking at, sort of thing at the moment.
Okay, well, I think then I need to go back to them again. It's taken quite some time to get a kind of further clarification from them on whether or not they would be prepared to replace the chair. So I don't know quite why communication is slowing down. Let me go back to them again.
Okay.
Several things I need to ask them. Firstly, considering you still maintain that table was not accidentally damaged, and yet they seem absolutely determined they're going to claim on that policy, does that then mean the policy will continue or not? If not, well, that is a bit of an issue. And regarding the table and the chair, I will ask them why they haven't yet communicated with you in terms of organising the delivery time. Maybe they don't yet know when the replacement top and chair will be in, but it would be nice if they were trying to at least get the line of communication open with you so they could then update you as and when they have that date. Listen, more work to do, Barry. Let's leave it. Do you remember Graham? This is a very interesting case. Graham was telling me that sadly he lost his wife 3 years ago, but to his surprise, he's found love again. And he came to me with an issue about a joint gym membership with the new love of his life.
Recently, I've rekindled the relationship with the girl I was engaged to 50 years ago at university. So Sue is 69 and I'm 68. And to be quite frank, we've got no desire to die yet. I've been in the current gym for about 10 years, the gym I'm in at the moment. And this year, joined up a joint membership for £550. So that was done on the 6th of March. The gym closed down on the 21st of March and then opened up again on the 1st of September. To be quite honest, we both regard a gym, any gym, not just this gym, any gym, as a very dangerous place. We don't want to get the virus and we don't want to die. It's as easy as that.
Well, he says the gym simply isn't interested in giving him a refund. As I explained to Graham, the gym company wouldn't necessarily have to give him a refund. I mean, it may well be nice of them to do so, to take the exceptional circumstances into account, but they don't have to. But I did promise him that I would certainly call the company and see what I could do, and indeed I have done that, although I have to be honest, trying to have the conversations with this gym and with the person running the gym, it's not been particularly straightforward. However, Graham's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Graham.
Hello, Jonathan. You always make it very clear, the situation. I'm very impressed by that.
Well, that's good. I'm doing my job then, Graham. Now, regarding your gym membership, as I say, I've been trying to contact the guy who is in charge overall there. And what's a bit frustrating is he keeps calling me back when I'm on air. I've made it quite clear when I'm around in the morning and when I'm around in the afternoon, but every time he calls me back, he calls me during the programme. So, of course, that's meant trying to communicate with him has not been straightforward. However, I understand he has responded to you directly, and the reason why I know that is because you have kindly forwarded on the email that he sent. Shall we just go through that?
Yes, indeed. Please do, yes.
Yeah, okay. What he says then, he says to you that in these unprecedented times, I understand your concern for your health and well-being. The safety of our clients, members and staff is our number one priority and something we take very seriously. Since the lockdown, we have been working alongside the local health authority and closely monitored all government guidelines and advice. In our response to COVID-19, we implemented additional measures to ensure the safety of clients, which we review on a weekly basis. In addition, we benchmarked ourselves to the hospitality leisure industry to ensure we followed best practice, even though it is not a government requirement. The same applies to the gym. The gym was open after we made some major changes to the general areas, where we only allowed gym equipment in the gym to minimise the number of surfaces. We implemented multiple measures according to government guidelines, and we took a very conservative approach to how many members we allow in the gym at one time. We increased the frequency of cleaning and introduced PPE where necessary. So far, we have only received positive feedback from everyone who's visited the gym when it comes to our COVID-19 efforts. I truly believe the gym is per government advice. It is a safe environment to exercise. We still want you to enjoy the gym and the pool, and we are happy to discuss ways for you to do so without you feeling you are compromising your health or well-being. Our gym manager has had multiple conversations with you, tried to open up a dialogue without success. In his attempt to help and also suggest ways for you to still enjoy the gym, you have been very short and heated. On a separate note, our company did not manage the gym up until September the 1st, and your request should initially have been submitted to a third-party company who sold you the membership and managed the gym during the lockdown. We have added the months the gym was in lockdown to your membership. This is normal practice for all operating gyms. We are happy to open up the dialogue again to see how best we can find ways for you to train at the gym. We would love to show you the gym and also further explain our measurements. If you allow us to do so, I believe you will want to come back. I look forward to hearing from you. Have a nice evening, he says. So it is very clear from the response they are sending, they are in no mood to allow you to cancel your membership. They simply want to persuade you that being a member and going to that gym is perfectly safe. How does that sit with you, Graham?
Well, I clearly understand the person's viewpoint, but my own view, and we all have to have our own views in life, I think. Like, everything we do these days has risks, and everything we do has benefits. And the risks of going to this gym, or indeed any gym, to me far outweigh the benefits. And so it's just a dangerous thing, and I'm not prepared to put both my partner and myself in this sort of danger. When I joined this year, and as I say, I've been in the gym for many years, in this gym for many years, it was a different environment, and it was an easy environment where you went in and you did your stuff and there were no problems here and there. Now it's a very complicated environment with people sweating around, people breathing around, all these various problems. There's always a danger that people haven't wiped things down, whatever. It's not the same gym that I wanted to join a few months ago.
No, although to be fair, I don't believe you've been back, have you, to actually see what they have done?
No, I haven't, because I would fear going back, really. Do you think I'm being unreasonable?
No, listen, I'm not going to make any judgment on whether you're being reasonable or not, because I think at the moment with this virus, people need to take an individual approach to how much risk they are prepared to take. And what one person's approach in terms of being sensible would be another person's approach to being paranoid. So I know that it's very different, and we all have different levels in terms of what we think is reasonable. I think the problem that I have with this is in terms of the contract you have signed yourself up to. You have signed yourself up to a year's membership with this gym.
Yes.
The gym company is saying that they recognise there were months where you weren't able to use the gym, so they have added those months on to your year's membership so that you will still have the year's membership. They say they have done everything, not only everything required of them, but they have gone over and above what is required of them to make the experience as, quote, to quote a government expression, as COVID secure as possible. And therefore, in terms of contractually, I don't believe you are entitled to cancel this membership because of the virus.
I see that, and I think what you say is absolutely true.
But therefore, so if we work on the basis that you're not entitled to cancel the contract, and it would appear the gym are not prepared to make an exception and allow you to cancel it anyway, then we have to look at what the best thing to do is. Now, you've got a year's membership, and that is obviously something you don't at the moment feel comfortable utilising.
That's correct, yes.
I mean, you say that you don't even want to go and have a look at the gym at the moment because you would feel just going there would be a risk.
Yeah, I guess, Jonathan, what it is that, of course, I've used the gym a lot. The gym will not have changed, and I will clearly be aware of the situation there.
You say the gym. Hang on a second. You say the gym won't have changed. A lot of gyms have changed quite substantially. A lot of gyms have removed equipment. They've spaced things out. They have limited the number of people that are allowed into the gym at any one time, so people are not on top of one another. Yeah. So there is the chance that actually it will have changed quite significantly since you were there last.
May I go back to one of your suggestions, which I thought was a very good suggestion, and that was whereby I would take a holiday, if you like. You called it a gym holiday, where maybe I could have my 1 year's membership, let's say, in a year's time.
Well, I think that is certainly something that is is useful to put towards them. Now, they seem to be suggesting, and as I say, it's frustrating that the guy keeps calling me back when I'm on air, which means I can't have a conversation with him. Even though he keeps calling me, and then when I try and phone him back, his phone just goes to answer phone, which is really irritating, because I would much prefer to have a chat with him so I can talk all these things through. And I would certainly be more than happy to put that to him. But he seems to suggest that they want to have a dialogue with you. Now, I just wonder whether that option of you taking a bit of a break and then resuming the year's membership, rather than asking for your money back, but resuming the membership in, say, 6 months' time or so, whether that would be something better coming from you than from me.
I can always have a go at that, and I think after you have spoken to them as you have, my chances of success are probably many 1,000% higher, greater.
I think what I would do, if I were in your position, is pick up the phone, speak to the gym manager, explain the situation, explain that you're clearly disappointed because you do at the moment feel very uncomfortable in terms of going back to that gym. You feel as if the risk is just too great for you. But you also recognise from their perspective, they're a business, and to be giving all their members back their membership fees because of COVID-19 would put them out of business.
Okay.
So I think I would phrase it in that way, but say, at the moment, I just feel like I'm not comfortable coming back to the gym. I feel the risk is too great. How would you feel about me not cancelling the membership, but having a bit of a holiday from it and then resuming the membership, say, in the spring of next year?
Yes, I'll do that then, Jonathan.
Can you do that and just let me know what they say? Yes. And I can, if they are not happy with that, let me then go and have another word with them. But at the moment, I sense they do want to have a dialogue with you. So let's see if we can, let's see if we can make that happen. And maybe it would come across better from you.
That's very sensible.
Okay. All right, lovely. Well, listen, let's leave it there for now, and we'll talk very soon.